Okay, the Charter Township Plymouth Board of Trustees regular meeting of Tuesday, January 9th, 2024 will come to order. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Stewart.
Here.
Trustee Monahan.
Here.
Trustee Kermy.
Here.
Trustee Buckley.
Here.
Clerk Vorba here. Treasurer Dorchevitz.
Here.
Supervisor Heiser.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, we have the honor and privilege of having with us the retired former chairman, senior counsel, of the Court of Appeals. Chief Judge, I had a brain fart on that. The former Chief Judge, now retired, of the Michigan Court of Appeals, Judge Michael Talbot. If you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I need a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Mr. Supervisor.
Mr. Clerk.
I move for the approval of the agenda for Tuesday, January 9th, 2024.
Motion is made by Clerk Vorba, seconded by Trustee Monahan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, item DA, it is, according to my clock, 6:01. I am moving that a closed session be called for the purpose of consultation with attorneys on specific pending litigation. Wayne County Circuit Court Case Number 23-010250-AA, Meyer v. Plymouth Township, in accordance with the Michigan Open Meetings Act, Section MCL 15.2688E. I'm going to combine this also with the second closed session item, if you don't mind, to consult with attorneys on specific pending litigation, Wayne County Circuit Court Case Number 22-014653-CZ, International Outdoor, Inc. versus Plymouth Township, in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, Section MCL 15.2688E. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Clerk Vorba. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Supervisor Heiser.
Yes.
Treasurer Dorchevitz.
Yes.
Clerk Vorba, yes. Trustee Buckley.
Yes.
Trustee Kermy.
Yes.
Trustee Monahan.
Yes.
Trustee Stewart. Motion carries.
Okay, so folks in the audience and watching at home, we're going to be going into closed session right now, and we're not sure when we'll be emerging from closed session. If you are watching on TV, I believe the cameras are going to keep running, so we'll edit everything later on tomorrow once the meeting's over to condense everything. But otherwise, the closed session will begin now in another room upstairs, and then we will be reconvening here when we're done. It's the best I can give you right now, hopefully by 7 o'clock.
Okay, he's on. Don't forget to turn your mic on.
Okay. All right, gang's all here. I'm gonna gavel so that we gotta get him.
We're
We're gonna sit him down. He's all we got. We're gonna get started.
live.
Okay, folks, we're back on the record. I need a motion to return to open session.
Mr. Supervisor,
Mr. Clerk.
I move that we return to open session at
7:24.
7:24.
Okay, motion's been made by the clerk. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by trustee Monahan.
We need a roll call.
We need a roll call.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Monahan?
Yes.
Trustee Kermy?
Yes.
Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Clerk Borba, yes. Treasurer Dorchevitz?
Yes.
Supervisor Heisey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, at this point, I would move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of our attorneys in the matter of Meyer v. Plymouth Township, Wayne County Circuit Court Case Number 23-010250-AA. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Clerk Vorba. Mr. Clerk, please take the
So
roll.
this is to accept the recommendations.
Yes,
So
sir.
a yes vote means you agree with the
Yes.
attorney.
Yes.
Supervisor Heisey?
Yes.
Clerk Borba, yes. Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Trustee Monahan?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Kermy?
No.
Treasurer Dorchevitz?
No.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, I move that the Board of
Was it
Trustees
5-2?
accept the recommendation of our attorneys in the matter of International Outdoor, Inc. v. Plymouth Township, case number 22-014653-CZ. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Monahan. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Supervisor Heisey?
Yes.
Treasurer Dorchevitz?
Yes.
Clerk Borba, yes. Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Trustee Kermy?
Yes.
Trustee Monahan?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, last week, we lost the former trustee, former supervisor and trustee, Maury Breen. Maurice Breen passed away last week, just shy of his 91st birthday.
Wow.
So there will be a memorial service, we've been told later this month, in his memory and to coincide with what would have been his 91st birthday. I knew Mr. Breen, Supervisor Breen, off and on during my early years here and my state rep years. But I know Jerry and Chuck and John Stewart, you know, if you just have anything you'd like to add in terms of his terms of service or anything like that.
Well,
that'd be
well,
appreciated.
sure. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. You know, Maury was an outstanding attorney in the community, and he served as a trustee and as a supervisor, and also as a county commissioner, and worked very, very hard to make Plymouth Township what it is today, and make it a very friendly and a community that people want to live and work in. And so it's sad in his passing, but he certainly worked hard to make Plymouth a wonderful place.
Okay, John, do you have any remarks?
Please. I served with him for 4 years as a trustee between 1988 and 1992.
Okay.
I sincerely hope, having received a phone call from Marcia Sales, that we will remember the legacy of Maury Breen, the positive drive to always do what was in the best interest of the people of Plymouth Township, and secondly, more specifically, Maury pledged himself publicly to never do anything that would hurt the city and vice versa, the city to hurt the township. And he prevailed. He succeeded. So I'm looking forward to attending the memorial service at St. Kenneth's in my subdivision, Lake Point, there later this month. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Okay. At this point, I would like a moment of silence in the memory of Maury Breen. Thank you all. Okay, item F is approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Supervisor.
Mr. Clerk.
I move for the approval of the consent agenda for Tuesday, January 9th, 2024.
Motion's made by Clerk Vorba. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Buckley. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Let me just make an update, do an update real quick on Northville Downs. My last contact on Northville Downs was their attorney, Mike Cox, the former Attorney General, who is their attorney. I met with him on December 15th. I just reiterated our longstanding community benefit agreement offer, and everything else at this point is still subject to, attorney-client privilege negotiations. I have briefed the board, though, on those discussions with Mr. Cox. And as of now, it's been publicized already in the papers that the PUD application process terminates on February 27th or 28th. And, we only have 2 meetings between now and then. We have a meeting on February 6th, and we have a meeting on January 23rd, and we have a meeting on February 6th. We only have 1 meeting in the month of February because of the election, and we're going to be utilizing virtually every room in this building for election-related activities. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. That being said, it's item G, public comment, limited to 3 minutes. We now have our clock up here, so we'll be relying on that. Yes, you can't miss it. And so anybody who would like to come forward, please do so.
My name's Dale Bernhardt. I'm against the gambling facility. In a December 18th MI Bets article, Mr. Heisey said, Mr. Bernhardt is very short on facts concerning the gambling site. Not sure what short on facts mean. Is it a quantity thing? So when the residents opposing the gambling site present 42 issues with facts to this board, is that not enough? Or when printed articles substantiating facts have been handed out to this board, enough to wallpaper Mr. Heisey's living room, is that not enough? Or when this room has been filled with those in opposition, not enough either? Or maybe when we have to repeat ourselves because it is obvious Mr. Heisey isn't listening. Or maybe short on facts means the quality of the presenters isn't acceptable to Mr. Heisey, like the 3 highly educated, well-known attorneys who spoke in opposition to the horse track, not credible enough? Or PETA experts explaining doping and euthanizing of injured horses, not believable enough? Or the public health expert with a PhD in public health testifying with statistics and facts of the horrors to families and society due to gambling and alcohol addictions, not credible enough? Or the Friends of the Rouge urging you, through letters to you, to not allow the racetrack due to pollution concerns for Johnson Drain, not important enough for you? Or the 8 horse tracks in Michigan that have gone bankrupt since 2000, just coincidence? Or the horse racing experts who have stated horse racing is a dead industry and that people no longer find animal racing entertainment. Those experts not critical in your mind and not critical. You don't like our facts because to you they are inconvenient truths. You can't handle the truth because those truths don't fit your wants. The truth is, you told residents and trustees in print you had no communication with the Carlos or their attorney since October 2nd. Then you told Hometown Life you haven't had a meaningful discussion. So you either lied to us and your trustees or Laura Colvin of Hometown Life, or that the gambling site property was contaminated. Then you said it wasn't. Then you said the previous owner cleaned it up. Then you said it was the wrong parcel. So the point is, if the facts don't fit what Mr. Heisey wants, he dismisses them. The other comment Mr. Heisey made in the article was that Mr. Bernhardt's comments were over the top. So comments on Mr. Heisey's quotes are over the top to him. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Heisey, what is over the top. Trying to push a gambling site in Plymouth Township against the wishes of most of the residents, that is over the top. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bea Friedlander, and I've been here several times. I live in Canton, but I'm president of the Board of Attorneys for Animals. And we oppose the racetrack mainly because of the treatment of horses in the industry. So if we look back a year ago, it was about this time that the news burst that Northville Downs was moving to Plymouth Township. And as you probably recall, everything seemed full steam ahead, and the owner of the track was sure that this body would give approval by, say, April, and the building would begin in the summer. Well, obviously, that hasn't happened. I think the fact that they seem to be backing out, you should look at it as a gift. As of March 1st, you'll be free of them. Even if they do come forward, I hope that you are convinced by all of the different arguments to not proceed with it. What's the problem? Is the problem in Lansing they couldn't get the laws that they wanted? Is it that the citizens of the township consistently and in an organized and articulate fashion bring forth these credible arguments? Is it that the development in Northville Township is going slower and they think they've got a few more years to race there? Who knows? But all that matters is that you, as the leaders of this township, need to face the facts that it is a bad deal and you will be fortunate when it is over and done with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dwayne Zantop. Some of us are curious. You just voted on a couple of things at the beginning of the meeting. You come out of closed session, and we don't really know what those are all about. Something about Myers and signs. Could you please let us know what's going on? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
When are we going to let them know? At the end of the meeting?
I'm going to refer all those questions to the attorneys. Kevin, I mean, do you want to comment on something right now, or what?
No.
The question, no, wait a minute. We have to communicate all of this to the court. So, Kevin?
The Planning Commission denied Myers' request for a special land use. Under state law, if an applicant for a special land use meets the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance for granting of the special land use, the Planning Commission shall grant the special land use. In other words, if the applicant, in this case Myers, meets the criteria set forth in section 2.7 of the zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission was required to approve that special use. In this case, I wasn't personally at the Planning Commission meeting wherein that decision was made. I did review it on videotape, and it does not appear that the Planning Commission fully fulfilled its responsibilities with respect to making specific findings of fact and conclusions of law on that application.
Kevin, I just want to interrupt here. I think this discussion is premature in the sense that we've authorized you and Attorney Zalewski to communicate this to opposing counsel and to the judge. And what I'm hearing right now is more of a synopsis of your assessment of the case, which, while valuable, I don't think really, I don't think it's appropriate to respond at this point until we've communicated this to the judge and to the opposing counsel.
I think you are correct on that.
Okay. I mean,
There's not yet an agreement with anybody on this case. We're still in preliminary stages in the litigation. And where the litigation goes will be determined pretty shortly.
Yeah, and I think we're getting into closed session material at this point, which kind of confounds the point of the closed session, in my opinion, so.
How would you like me to address the question?
I think we cannot, we can't disclose anything until we've communicated this with opposing counsel and the judge, and we've got some meeting of the minds. I mean, that typically you have to come back to us with that, and then we will, you know, we need to know what, we've made an offer, is there an acceptance, basically? We don't know that yet.
There is not yet a meeting of the minds, if that's
No.
correct.
Okay, all right.
And with respect to discussion of the terms of what is going on right now, again, that seems premature because there is no meeting of the minds.
And I would say the same about the other case, too, the international outdoor. I mean, that gets into strategy, litigation strategy.
Well, at least clarify on international outdoor that it was, people would be confused. They're thinking that it was the billboard itself. It was a FOIA-related case.
Yeah, that's a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit that was brought by International Outdoor. It relates to the billboard permit application, but it has no impact on the billboard location, installation, approvals, denials. We have,
It's done for now.
that's done for now. Thank you, Jerry. We'll deal with the FOIA, we're dealing with the FOIA issue separate from the billboard issue. So, and I don't want to invite any more litigation on that.
But I think that clarifies that
Yeah, it's-
FOIA, they happened to request some FOIA information, they didn't like our answer, and they sued.
Yeah,
And then the attorney recommended a solution.
yeah, exactly. Okay.
The only theory of liability in that lawsuit was a FOIA violation. It was not anything to do with installation of billboards themselves.
Yeah, the billboards have not been approved, and that whole issue is still in limbo. So, okay.
Mr. Supervisor,
yes, sir.
have you put it on record that the Meyer case was facilitated by Judge Michael Talbot?
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think it's premature for us. I think at some point, once we have our okay from the attorneys, then I think we can, you know, we can issue a statement or a press release or something along those lines.
Well, but those of us in the legal community have the highest respect for Judge Michael Talbot. I just want that on record.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on then. Come on.
Mary Pine, I would like to thank those of you who have listened to the cold, hard facts so many of us have spent almost a year uncovering and presenting, who have acknowledged concerns and consensus of the residents and seeing no benefit to having Northfield Downs in our community, and who have realized what a special community we have and need to preserve. This ability to change one's course demonstrates maturity and prudence. Especially in these uncertain, challenging times with high inflation, this acknowledgement of fiscal responsibility is not taking on a factually dying industry, as evidenced by all the closed racetracks. One with huge accompanying community debt can provide confidence in future judgments for those who would protect our community from potential financial disaster and change in the essence of our community. Kurt and Jerry, unfortunately, the proposed Northfield Downs move to Plymouth was not done in a forthright manner, which speaks volumes in and of itself. The Planning Commission was urged to vote yes with suggestions of ignoring the second phase of casino. When it was stated that laws can change, John Carlo admitted that he was trying to change laws for 25 years and would continue to do so. True to an industry that uses machines purchased with a percentage of profits predetermined and demonstrates predatory behavior to the vulnerable, the current legislation changes seek increased subsidies from school aid funding. So would we be here today if this project was honestly presented as a casino with a few days of racing? Dr. Hamrick asked an unanswered, insightful question. Was the property that Northfield Downs bought on contingency? This opens up Pandora's box as to many possibilities that could be behind the scenes here. Do some soul searching on previous decisions. The residents voted no on Park. Last March, Mother Nature debunked the wisdom of the tree ordinance with wet snow. Huron Valley Ambulance are needed to give options to families. Henry Ford feeds patients to Detroit. The residents have not manufactured crisis, but have been burdened by having to supervise you for the work that we pay you for. You are fooling no one. It is intuitively obvious that you are politically motivated and nervous. Additionally, residents have had to suffer through a Salem Township resident purporting to educate us. Define education. Speaks of money for fares, which is contradicted by the statement, more money to support the raceway horses, not the fares. Speaks of a specialized industry which are being hustled in a shell game to move to Plymouth Township. not benefiting the residents, and not aspirational for our youth. Speaks of sensational headlines and PETA ideas when all other Michigan racetracks have failed, and John Carlo calls the Kentucky Derby his biggest day, confirming complicity in horse scandals. Speaks of hope for more purse money. Hope here is a strategy to increase subsidies and rob the education fund. Easy to say when the speaker will not bear the consequences as Huron Township did. Lobby Salem Township where the horses are. It is not brave to speak here, but brazen, demonstrating an entitlement attitude consistent with subsidies. Now is the time to reflect and demonstrate maturity and fiduciary responsibility worthy of your positions. Put an end to the debacle. Nell hydrogen is on the horizon. Something's been put at each of your places. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Bill Pine, 45-year township resident. We weren't here in December because we spent most of the month traveling to see our kids and grandkids, so we had a lot of windshield and airplane window time to think about the racetrack and realized it was only the tip of the iceberg in a large and lengthy history of the board, and in fairness, usually Kurt and Jerry, repeatedly shooting themselves in the foot. The list of self-inflicted wounds includes the Huron Valley ambulance issue, the tree ordinance, parks, sidewalks, Myers, the racetrack, and perhaps others I'm unaware of. I'm here today to suggest how to stop shooting yourselves in the foot. I realize that there are attitudinal and analytical reasons for these problems, as has been clearly demonstrated over the past year in meetings and on social media. Your attitude's problematic, but there's not much I can do about it. On the other hand, analytically, the two biggest opportunities to avoid your repeated messes are notifying residents of non-standard initiatives and providing planning analysis of such initiatives to residents before such initiatives are considered. Today, based on the racetrack, resident notification was woefully inadequate, consisting of writing something and posting it somewhere. That was done. It satisfied the legal requirements for notification, but it left about 95% of the residents unaware of what you wanted to do. Kurt, this is diametrically opposed to what you promised to do when you were first elected. Current planning analysis is basically non-existent or badly flawed. With the racetrack PUD, 8 criteria needed to be satisfied for approval, as I understand it. The planning consultants told the planning commission they were okay, but after approval, residents showed that it looked like none of the 8 criteria were actually satisfied, and my understanding is failure on only 1 criteria is a basis for non-approval. So what to do? Back to my traveling. When we were in California, the answer presented itself to me. I was sitting on one of our kids' sofa and saw 2 postcards from the city government on the coffee table. The town they live in is a bit bigger than Plymouth Township and a bit smaller than Canton Township, so it's of a size. The postcards were from the city government to every resident in the town. Both solicited resident input before consideration of 2 non-standard issues. Both included issue description, facts, figures, pros, cons, dates, and solicited resident written and verbal input and participation in a work study group on the issue, all before considering anything on these issues. Pushback to this approach might be you can't vote on it or it would cost too much to do, but this isn't a vote. And you already send out township newsletters which typically don't address substantive issues regularly. So this isn't rocket science, and it could make the process so much more transparent and representative. Why bring this up? The answer is that you'll probably have at least 2 opportunities to shoot yourselves in the foot this year. Smart water meters in a voting hall, or 3 if the racetrack continues. Today, you're laying out a plan for 2024. I'd suggest that the first item on your list should be fixing your notification problem and planning process. You'll obviously do whatever you're going to do, but failure to fix these problems says that everything you are likely to do is probably going to be done on an attitudinal basis. That would be a huge disservice to the residents to whom you are obligated, to the rest of the Board of Trustees, and to the Planning Commission. If you do this, you also need to realize that there is a very large, growing, multi-generational, multi-neighborhood group of residents who are increasingly unhappy with you. Know that Plymouth Township is watching. Please stop shooting yourselves in the foot.
Okay. Get the timeline perfectly, too. Yeah, right down to the second. Get the shot clock.
I'm April, and if you've driven past Northville Downs over the summer season, you've probably seen me outside working with PETA and protesting.
Ma'am, you got to address the Board of Trustees.
Okay.
This is not public address night.
Public
Okay?
speaking.
So you're speaking to us.
The number is 40. Afternoon Delight, Agent Flight, Art Collector, Ask Victor Moore, Awesome Feather, Barracuda, Cave Rock, Creation Force, Daydreamer, Dayleme, Desert Crown, Dream Alliance, Esquara, Fields of Omega, Florent, Filthmorth, Forest, Funny Cycle, Fishes, Rocket Ride, Grace, Heart's Cry, Indian Haven, Kicking King, Cassili, Langfur, Marcia, Nice Nature, One for Arthur, Panther, Point Given, Practical Move, Protector, Rite of Passage, Saravia, Grundy, Town, and Starvinsky. Last one, work all week. These are the names of 40 horses that we have watched over the course of 2023 and just an 8-month period collapse on national television. Is it funny? Collapse on national television due to racing. Either they've been slid to slaughter or they've collapsed. In 2024, we can, as Michigan, put on the map to end the animal cruelty to the live horse tracks. We're the last one in the state of Michigan. Why build a new one? Make a name for animal rights for the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Did we get her name?
No, I didn't hear it.
Did we get your name?
It's written on here. April, I wrote my name down.
Oh.
Okay.
Members of the board, my name is Rena Bond. I'm here to discuss the horse racetrack and gambling project. The reasons are very clear and compelling on why this project should be stopped and why this project is unethical. As it's been mentioned, the cruelty to horses, they endure druggings, injuries, confinement, fear from blinders, fear and pain from whipping and slaughter. This is one of the major reasons this is a dying industry, and this industry relies on state subsidies to survive. And I want to specifically address the claim that someone has stated in some of these meetings that horses are well treated because they are someone's livelihood. This is a complete fallacy. I ask you to think about that. Livelihood means tools for profit. It means that the cruelty is happening, it will continue, and once unprofitable, the welfare of these horses is then most often 100% neglected. The community has also brought to you many additional concerns, often based upon significant experience and/or expertise. The traffic study is flawed, ignoring concurrent projects. Contamination and environmental issues that have not been resolved. Increased need for public safety. The social consequences of a gambling facility. The negative impacts of gambling on mental health and social health are well documented. In addition, folks can gamble 24 hours online as well. So why add a dying brick and mortar location to compound the social consequences within Plymouth Township? The financial benefits for the township are lacking for a decade or more because the tax revenue benefits are going to MITC. And we should really address conflicts of interest from the onset of this project. The property was purchased for the specific purpose of opening a new horse track and gambling facility. Why would somebody feel confident to purchase a property for a purpose that it was not zoned for and requires a zoning change and a community approval? Let's be honest here about what the zoning change was, a violation of community trust. Let's be honest here that campaign donations to certain members of this board indicate a conflict of interest directly related to the fast tracking of this project. As public servants, why are some of you completely disregarding all of these ethical issues and your constituent and community concerns that have been expressed to you on a regular basis? There is and must be a demand for accountability, integrity, and answers. This project contradicts the values of the community and compromises the future of the community, and I would argue the state as well. Reject this project now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Anthony Costa. I'm a Plymouth Township resident. Kurt, I had a question for you. I was wondering, are you bored up there? Because it doesn't look like you're really listening to anybody. You're just kind of up there. Feel like that?
This is not a Q&A session,
It's
sorry.
not? Oh, okay.
You
Well,
just- you can
then
make
you
a-
are bored.
You can make a comment
Yeah,
to
you're
the
bored.
board.
Okay.
Thank
Well, I'm
you.
here to congratulate you on unifying the township. Young, old people, left, right, we all think this is a terrible idea. We all do. And you're over there taking notes. You're not listening to anybody. I get it that you're annoyed that people keep coming and telling you how much they hate this stupid idea, but we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep telling you that, okay? I got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. So I didn't even write anything down. I just got back from yoga. That's what I did. I just threw all my zen away to come here and tell you how stupid of an idea this is. You want to know why? Because that's what younger, you want to draw younger families in? That's what we like to do. Yoga, go to the park, go play disc golf, go golf, do some stuff. Not betting on horses. And I tell you what, I've heard a few, I haven't been here for a while, but I've been watching these all online, okay? And I know some of you are, oh, it's fun. You know, we go down there and it's cool. Everybody has fun. I bring my kids down there. We bring my little kids and it's so much fun taking them to the casino. Really? I went down there a couple times and I would not take my child anywhere near that place. Okay, and how does the church down the street feel about that? How does Nell Hydrogen feel about that? You know, it's just, it's so short-sighted. And the fact that you got up here before the planning commission or the other commission and basically told them to vote yes for it really rubbed me the wrong way. You know, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because now we're wondering why. Why does he, you've only done this once or twice. Why is that? Why do you want to shoehorn this thing in? Then you want to shoot fireworks off over a landfill and you want to have a Philharmonic there? What? Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Hi, Mary Ann Adams, longtime resident. I'm glad, excuse me. I did go to the Michigan Gaming Control Board this morning, so spoke extensively this morning there. I'm glad you admitted to talking to the Carlo brothers and their attorney on December 15th, because in a public meeting in December, Mike Carlo stated that he was confident they would work through the agreement in December and are expecting to get approval in January from this board. I'm sure this could not have happened without interaction with you, so at least you admitted to meeting with them. So Northville Downs believes that this is basically a walk in the park, and once they get approval this month, they said that they will be moving full steam ahead on building this gambling facility. I would certainly hope that you feel to vote as you want, because it appears that all of you have had your vote committed to already. So if that's true, does everybody feel they have all the information they need to vote on this community benefits agreement? I hope so. I'm going to remind you, to be clear, you are voting for a gambling facility fronting as a racetrack. This is a place, again, where I'm going to tell you many times over that less than 4% of wagers are conducted on live horse races here. This development cannot survive on live horse racing alone. Therefore, it will continue to offer simulcast betting round the clock, and they will continue to push for additional gaming activities like historical slot-like machines or even casino-like games. As many have stated before, laws can change. In reference to public comments made about the Carlo brothers running a successful racetrack in Ohio, they successfully sold their Ohio racetrack in 2012 for a reported $60 million. But this was after 2 fires at the facility, one killing 43 horses and 2 people in 2009, and another in 1988 killing 35 horses. If they were so successful, and they are so successful, why don't they just tear down their facility in Northville and rebuild there? Because the land was worth more than their business, and because they now had an open door into a neighboring town. The Carlo brothers are in this to make money and using subsidized taxpayer dollars to prop up their gaming facility under the guise of running a few horse races. Clearly, the best interest of township residents have taken a backseat to the interest of this gaming industry. Someone with integrity and the best interest of their constituents would never have let this happen. However, be clear, your vote on this development will clearly send a message to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready?
My name is Donald Garlett, and today I'm representing Attorneys for Animals on the matter of the proposed move of Northfield Downs to Plymouth Township. As always, our main concern is animal issues, and our interest is improving the life of animals within our human society. However, I will let others speak to those issues today. I will only mention investments and economics. I fail to see how the proposed racetrack can be anything but a failure, even in the short term. No one has explained how this racetrack can be viable. After all, 90% of racetracks have closed in Michigan since 1999. Moving it to the west side of Plymouth Township will move it even farther from the main southeast Michigan population centers. I drove by the racetrack in Northfield within the last 2 weeks, and there were no more than 75 cars in the parking lot. How can anyone say this is an up-and-coming business? I'm still waiting to hear someone explain how this is a good use of resources or a good investment, except for some sort of misplaced nostalgia. When it ceases operations, Plymouth Township will be left with an eyesore. If I was asked to invest in the operation, I would simply say, it's not my kind of investment for many reasons. I asked the board again to consider the long-term viability of the racetrack if relocated to Plymouth Township. When it closes quickly, there will be no funds through a community agreement coming to the township from it. In fact, at that point, it may be a cost center for the township. In conclusion, I say, it's not my kind of investment. It should not be the township's either. It is a recipe for failure. Second, the township board should encourage the businesses of the future, not the past. This is, after all, the 21st century. Look forward, not backwards. Thank you.
I'm Julia Flagg, and as many of you know, I live on Beck Road. And my concern, no matter what kind of business we're talking about, Myers, Walmart, racetrack, gambling, I'm a little concerned about the word was used, preemptive. It seems to be that we're to put the horse before the cart here, the cart before the horse. From what I'm gathering as I talk with other people, community leaders and officials, we don't have a discussion about all of these changes that are being proposed for turn lanes and 5 lanes and more lights. The state doesn't know anything about it. Wayne County doesn't know anything about it. They don't even know the number of accidents that have taken place at Ann Arbor Road and Beck or Powell or Amherst or 5 and Beck. I don't see where the preparation is. We haven't even had a discussion about hiring more police, more cars, more supervision for additional traffic. How can we make decisions about adding and expanding until we have these discussions first? So it seems to me that we need to be preemptive, we need to be proactive, we need to look at those studies first before we move ahead. Are you listening?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
I'm here.
Great. So I got a terrific idea. What are you doing next Sunday afternoon? Come on over, we'll have chili, because apparently we all need to talk to each other. There's concerns for fire, there's concerns for police, and I don't know if anybody's even discussed any of this. How many people is it going to take? How many patrol cars do we need? We have 3 police officers for Plymouth Township. That's not enough. It certainly isn't enough to handle all of this going on. I would also like to be notified. I'm on Beck Road. Many of you, since my husband was killed on Beck Road, have asked what you can do to help. Here's what you can do to help. Preserve the market value of my home, my greatest asset. That's why you're here. That's what you can do to protect. You can come mow the lawn, you can take out the trash can, but don't check your mailbox because you'll probably get hit. But you can do something to help me, and you can do something to help everyone in this room who pays taxes. Help us keep our market value of our homes. Whatever you do, however we proceed, however we progress, however we add to the community. That's number one, safety. And the value that we put in. I spent 8 days just painting my living room, and none of you were there. So don't have to do that, but you do have to worry about the circumstances surrounding our homes. And notify us, please.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Howard Hamrick. I've spoken initially at the Planning Commission and spoken here several times. We've heard a lot of significant evidence and little in the way of a response on why such a development should occur. Let's move to the 21st century, please. Let's get out of the 18th. Horse racing, as we've already heard, we've seen, we can look at the docket at the racetrack at Northville Downs and see how many races have been canceled. How come they don't have a purse, the quote unquote purse we were going to get revenue from? Let's face the simple reality that the facility will be an off-track gambling facility. It will provide revenue to the owners. It will provide some revenue to the state because of that revenue, and it will provide significant costs to the rest of the residents in this township. I've been on boards, and when boards have to make a decision, and when boards have to stand up to that decision and defend it, which has not been happening here yet, you have to defend your decisions about why you want to change a township from a homeowner's delight to hell on earth on 5 Mile, Beck, and Ridge. Driving by the facility the other night with the flames emitting from the dump across the street, illuminating the sky, was very telling of the type of event. Maybe those flames are an indication of what's going to happen with this development. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
I'm not used to that. Donna Broderick, 24-year resident, Plymouth Township. First of all, I'd like to apologize for a lot of my fellow residents about the way they've treated you this evening. This wasn't part of my speech, but I don't think it was very appropriate. Some of the people shouting at you and screaming at you. And I think if they have all this pent-up energy and time, talent, and money, then they should use it, for a good cause in the township. But I'm here because I would like to thank Sarah, who I see here, for accepting my comments about the rules and regulations for the park. I understand that there might be a draft document this evening regarding the park, and I still am a little bit hesitant about allowing dogs on leashes in McClumpha Park. I do support them in the Triangle Park. And I also hope if you do decide on changing that ordinance that you'll get the proper cans, signs, and things like that at the park, because it really is a jewel in our community, and I hate to see it go downhill. I also think in these meetings you should not allow screaming or clapping too, because I think that is very inappropriate in a setting. And I think that also that the community needs to be aware that I don't believe that government needs to tell the community every little thing that they're doing. I saw in the last newsletter, it was listed all these new developments, new stores coming, new happenings, and to me, I felt like that was satisfactory. I said, oh good, a Taylor's coming down the street. Oh good, a Big B's coming. So unless I stand correctly and rules of board and government. I used to work for the US government, legislative and executive branch of government, that I don't think that they have to tell every little thing they're doing to the community. So thank you for listening to me. And again, I'm sorry that you had to put up with people screaming to you this evening and not acting in a civil manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else?
No one's clapping for me?
This is getting a little stupid. Well, but the whole it's not cool.
Hi, good evening. My name's Jill Curtis. I live really close to Ridge, all that happening there on 5. But first I wanted to thank you especially for addressing the stuff about international outdoor. That billboard would shine right into my house, literally. And I've been to those meetings. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to start to cry because that is a huge issue. And we're talking, I'm going to keep it under control. But that is a huge issue. And when we're talking about the value of our homes, I mean, for us, this is what we put all our work into. I mean, what we've sacrificed, we haven't taken trips or done things so we can, a lot of people dream of living here. When I've told people we bought in Plymouth Township, I had friends that said to me, oh, we really wanted to live in Plymouth. We couldn't afford it. We ended up in somewhere else. And we have a wonderful reputation. And I just want to ask you to really think what you're doing with that, because I'm here, I came tonight to talk about Meyer, because I just feel like the whole issue of everything that direction, and when you look at the old map, okay, I went and looked up the old stuff from the other meetings, and when you look at that one map, you'll know what I'm talking about. It shows the purple for all industrial, and then it shows pink. And one of the things that was given as criteria was that this fits in line with the other things. But what that's doing is taking Bank of America and Home Depot and just marching that right down the road. I mean, if that's what you can do, is look at the other things that got special permission and then say, well, we can give special permission here because they got special permission. And so goes the next guy. And where does it end? And then it's not industrial anymore. It's a commercial road. And I get what I was at the other meetings. Do you remember the people who lived there and they were telling what a nightmare it was to get out their development? And do you remember, I talked about the other meeting, the line going off of 14 to get on Beck Road and go north? It's insanity. And I know you were right. You did the right thing about the signs. And seriously, thank you. And please don't stop fighting on that, because it will just sink us, those that are near. But the other thing is that you did the right thing for Meyer. You did the right thing about the traffic, because you're right. And who knows if $10 million is going to be enough to cover it. So you say that's coming, but you're right. Wait, get it done and see what it is. And do you remember, too, the traffic study last time? And there were a lot of questions about that. And there were a lot of people that said, well, I see this. I'm telling you what I saw when I counted cars. Just, Joe Schmo saying what he saw when he watched it. So there was talk about that needs to be better. The other lady who talked about her house value, you're spot on. Where are you? I feel you. That's me too. And that's what we care about. So please protect us. You have a powerful position. You know more than we do about information, but please, this is a bad decision. Don't give it to them.
Thank you. Okay, yes, sir. Well, I can't disagree with your sweatshirt, that's for sure. Go blue, baby.
My name is Robert Richards. I'm a 58-year resident of the township. Been here long enough to know where a lot of the bodies are buried. Grew up here, essentially. My memories of Northville Downs go back to when Northville wasn't a whole lot more than that and a bar. And you didn't stop in Northville, you drove through it. It wasn't a destination, and it wasn't a place where a lot of really well-to-do people lived like it is today. It's a very different place than it was when I was a kid, which is fine. That's the way things change. Northville always wanted, it seemed like, as a kid, they wanted to be like Plymouth. They are now. Okay. They are to the point now where they can pick and choose who they want in their neighborhood. Northville Downs was there because they had money and Northville had land, and that's why they showed up there. But in all the years that I've lived here, never once have I ever heard anybody sing the praises of Northville Downs. It brings in money from other places. That money doesn't stay here, it stays with the owners of that place. Where does the money go? Who knows? With the owners of Northville Downs, with some of the horse people, not many of them, most of them just want to ride their horses, race their horses. But at the end of the day, Northville Downs is something that's only ever been an attraction to a small group of people that don't live in our community. We gave them a place to go. They said, great. If you've grown up in this area, you know, you don't have to, it doesn't take a great vision to see how little attractiveness there is at that place. It brings in horrible, terrible things, and that's all it leaves behind. It's all it ever has done. Northville, the city, has moved past that. They've become more than what they were, enough that they can say, we don't need your money anymore, go away. Go to Plymouth Township. They want your money, which is sad because we don't need it that much either. Everybody likes to add to the tax rolls. Everybody wants to bring money into the community. That's wonderful. It's terrific. And as politicians, that's part of your job. But as citizens, you need to bring peace and some tranquility and calmness of heart. And that's part of your job too. That's why we want you here. And we hope you'll stay to do that. Not for them, not for the outsiders, but just for the people who are already here.
Good evening, Council. I've been a resident of Plymouth Township since 1973.
Need your name?
That's 51 years.
We need your
Walter Ikes. 51 years I've been a resident of the township.
Can we have your name for the record, please?
Walter Ikes.
Walter Ikes, okay.
Mr. Hasey. Anyways, 51 years I've lived here. It was a bucolic community when I first moved here. It's a big word. It means farm-like and quiet. I've watched a lot of changes over the years while I've lived here as well. And I understand the idea of progress. I get it. But I must say that I'm against the horse track and I'm against Meyer. And here's why. I need each of you to put yourself in my shoes as a taxpayer, Council. And so I enjoyed the holiday season we just had. Before the new year, it was Christmas. I'm Christian, so I call it Christmas. I went to the post office to mail my holiday cards, Christmas cards, some Hanukkah cards, and some other holiday cards to some friends of mine that are of other faiths. I like going to the post office directly when I make a payment to a creditor that reports to one of the credit bureaus, the 3 credit bureaus. I know my mail is going to get there timely and efficiently. It's not going to be dropped in a water puddle outside of the mailbox. Stuff that's not important, I might go through the loop through drop box at the post office. But usually I pay my bills inside. I deliver them inside the post office. The whole point of this is I was going to the post office just yesterday. This is a God's honest truth factual story. I'm out going on back road. I get caught at the first red light just past the township fire department. Then the light turns green. I proceed on. I'm going through the green light as people get off the freeway, and a big truck who doesn't live in the community and doesn't care about the residents of the community decide to pull out right in front of me. It's about 3:30 in the afternoon yesterday. It's overcast, it's winter-like. I had my parking lights on. He saw me. The whole point is, he didn't care. He doesn't live here. This is one truck. So I honked my horn and I put my bright lights on. It was a double tandem garbage hauler going to the already problem we have, garbage dump. And he pulled out into both lanes. I'm in the left center lane. He blocked both lanes, making a right turn on red that he would have had a green light had he waited another 20 seconds. This guy didn't care. My point is, this is the tip of the iceberg of what our future is going to look like here in Plymouth Township when we add some 20 to 30 trucks a day going to and from Meyer. Horse track traffic as well. Please vote against these traffic problems for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all righty then. We're going to move on to item H1. This is a land division text amendment. Laura Ha, our planner, is here tonight to walk us through this and answer, I know, one question on my mind, which is normally an ordinance revision requires a first reading and a second reading. So why does this only have one reading and not two?
Yes, evening, trustees.
We
Laura
can't hear you.
Ha.
I got too much chatter over here. Okay, Laura, but.
All right, evening, trustees. Laura Ha, Township Planner. The request that we're making is a text amendment to the zoning ordinance to add 3 standards related to land divisions. And these 3 standards are for the Community Development Department to follow when reviewing an application for an unplatted land division that has a resulting parcel with a depth to width ratio that is greater than 4 to 1. And there are a number of these parcels, especially on the west end of the township. As an amendment to the zoning code, there's first a public hearing that's held with the Planning Commission, and that was done so in November. The Planning Commission at that meeting unanimously recommended this text amendment to the Board of Trustees. So this is considered the second reading and would go into effect. Upon your approval, there is a resolution enclosed for your consideration. I can read the standards if you like. There's only 3.
Sure. I mean, I think we can see them.
You're going to read from the resolution?
This is packet page 50.
So in the resolution.
It's the specific ordinance language itself.
You did a really good job describing the purpose behind this.
Yeah, I hope the background information in our cover memo provided, a good explanation of why this is necessary. But the state allows for these divisions.
Bottom line is it allows us to subdivide parcels that are oddly shaped and not normally in conformity.
Yes, we just want 3 standards to evaluate those as the criteria so that we're treating all property owners uniformly.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions from board members for Laura on this matter?
Yes. How do you anticipate that this will affect density?
I don't anticipate that will change the density because this isn't changing any of the dimensional standards for the zoning code. So you still have to have the same lot frontage. If you don't have that, then you can't do the split.
All right. So the Green Meadow subdivision will be unaffected by this?
Completely. Yeah, there isn't a depth to width ratio aspect there. It's more towards the west end of the township where there's some really elongated parcels that do have the frontage, but because of their depth and the natural features that are to the rear of the property or where a historic home may be, you can't subdivide per our code today.
And this only applies to unplatted as well.
Correct. So it's not going to be in a subdivision. It's not going to be in Quail Run, for instance.
Most of our quote subdivisions that have been built in the last 25 plus years are not platted, correct? They're site condos.
In the last 20 years, yes.
A lot of people think they live in a subdivision, but it's really site condos. Give me an example of one that is a site condo that looks like a subdivision. Heather Hills?
I don't know about that one offhand, but Margate, Tuscany Reserve.
That's a new one.
Yeah, within the last 20, yeah.
Well, Margate is the last year. It's under construction, right?
Yeah, that was approved a couple years ago.
Will this affect the Purcell property?
No.
That's already done, right?
Well, I'm just,
But that's a good question. Is the Purcell property one place where you had a problem with this?
No, that property didn't have the lot frontage on North Territorial that was required. So they had to seek a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. That's a separate issue.
Okay. Any other questions for Laura?
Is it similar to Northville Township?
Yeah, most communities do have standards in their ordinance. Ours just, it was never addressed.
You want to make the motion? You were on the planning commission.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, anybody want to make a motion on this?
Yeah,
Hearing
I'll
no
do it.
further question. Bob will do it since he's our delegate to the planning commission.
I move to adopt resolution number 2024-01-09-01, authorizing adoption of the text amendment to zoning ordinance number 99, amending Article 28, Section 2, subsection 3A to provide additional specificity to the criteria for the depth to width ratio exceptions in land division applications as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, motion's been made by Treasurer Dorchevitz. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Monahan. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Clerk Borba, yes. Trustee Kermy?
Yes.
Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Treasurer Dorchevitz?
Yes.
Trustee Monahan?
Yes.
Supervisor Heisler?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank
you
you.
very much, Laura. Have a good night. Okay, the next item is a first reading of ordinance resolution 2024-010902, providing for a supermajority vote for entry of new customers into the Watua system. This was a matter that I first brought to your attention last spring. Meaning Kevin Bennett and I were kicking around this ordinance over the last few months. And I do think that it is even more timely now than it was back in the spring, given the situation in Salem Township with the Salem Springs Urban District that's being created there, comprised, based on my knowledge, of 3,000 homes, businesses, and retail. Salem Springs is just one example of an entity that I think will attempt to make a move into the Watua system. But they're not the only ones. It's possible that the city of Plymouth may want to join Watua, or Northville City. I think a very likely candidate right now may be the Salem Township landfill, which is generating thousands of gallons of leachate from that landfill. And I know that there's a movement in Northville to allow Northville, the Salem landfill, to tie into Watua. So this ordinance is somewhat different from what I proposed in the spring, and I don't want to, I'll read a little bit here, but this would require, right now, under the bylaws of Watua, just for background, it only requires the votes of the township supervisors of Plymouth, Northville, and Canton to allow another community to enter the system, the Watua system. And so if you're talking about transparency, that is not transparent at all. Even though Watua does meet monthly and they do comply with the Open Meetings Act, it is that's a major decision for a sewer system that we own and operate that's worth $250 million. So what this ordinance would do, it would require that any entity that wishes to join the Watua system would have to make a formal written application to the Plymouth Township, that we would then initiate a 60-day public comment period, that following the public comment period, a formal public hearing would be held, and that the Board of Trustees, by a supermajority, so that my original idea was unanimous, the supervisor to accept or reject the application at the next relevant Watua board meeting. So what we're doing here is we're creating a far more transparent process, one that's with accountability, one that involves the public, one that involves public comment and a formal public hearing. This is similarly done on planning commission matters, brownfield issues, changes in tax policy, I can think of numerous examples where public hearings are scheduled and public notice is held for far lesser operations. So again, the Watua system was created in the 1980s. It is now fully owned by the townships of Plymouth, Canton, and Northville. And this would simply give us the opportunity to review applications, and a supermajority would be needed to direct the supervisor to cast a yea or nay vote on whether a new entrant can join the Watua system.
Yeah, I think this is good.
Thank you, Bob.
To avoid confusion, this has no bearing on Watua itself. This doesn't change Watua's rules
This does
at
not
all.
change Watua's bylaws. I
Just
think the bylaws should be changed, and that is something that I have told the Watua board. I'm currently serving as chair of the Watua board, and this is something that they are aware that it is a problem for me. I think Mark Abbo in Northville would agree, but, I think we need to take the lead here on this.
Well, Canton and Northville Township don't have such a thing. It's
No.
like we are today.
Yep.
It's the sole prerogative of the supervisor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Of the township supervisor. Now, Bob, maybe you can help out with this. Since you live where this proposed sewage treatment plant's going to be built, that's the default. So if we do this and we cannot, this is the only thing that I know of that a supermajority is used in Plymouth Township. Can anyone else think of any other spot? Supermajority? I don't think so. So anyway, my concern is this, is if we do this and we can't get a supermajority, that sewage treatment plant will be built on our border, and we won't have a way to have them hook up to Watua, assuming we change our mind someday.
There's no linkage between what's the permit that's been applied for in Salem and this ordinance. It does not prohibit, I mean, frankly, if Salem Township wants to join Watua, they have the legal right to make that application, and this would force them to come before us to tell us what do they have the capacity? What capacity are they going to put in? Does the system have the capacity? And
You mean the Watua system?
Yeah. So,
And YCUA?
Yeah, absolutely.
sewage
So we
treatment.
have to ask a lot of questions, and that's not going to happen at a Watua meeting.
A supermajority is 5 instead of 4 for a simple majority, so
Yeah.
it's one extra person. It's not unanimous. I mean, I personally think it's good, because I totally agree with the reasoning in here that it shouldn't rest solely with the supervisor
I concur.
to make such a large decision. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into what I think about the lesser of the evils, because I don't want to compromise a potential negotiating position we might have in the future, but certainly I don't want a smelly plant in my backyard.
Okay.
What does this mean where it says in the resolution, not a quorum or not? I remember reading it. It was in parentheses.
So yeah, if you had a meeting and only 5 people showed up, 3 would be able to pass this. But with the supermajority, you have to have 5.
5, notwithstanding the fact that there are 4 would constitute a quorum
Yeah.
of the board.
So you could
4
have
is a
a
quorum,
meeting,
but you gotta have 5 to do this.
you'd have to have 5. If you
Yeah.
had a meeting and only 4 showed up,
You
you'd have
couldn't do
a
it.
quorum and you could have a
Yeah,
meeting.
the scope of this appears limited to allowing another community to enter into the Watua system. In order for.
No, it's not, that's confusing. The scope of this is to direct the supervisor to vote, because this has no bearing on Watua. It's only internal to
That's
us.
correct. I understand exactly what you're saying, and you're correct. What I'm saying is that the scope of this with respect to the township is limited to the supervisor voting on whether or not to admit another community to the Watua system.
But that takes, this amendment takes the responsibility solely off the supervisor, right?
Puts it to the board.
And puts it to the board.
Yes.
Okay.
Along with all the other requirements of the 60 days.
Other matters that Watua partakes in would not be affected by this.
And it allows for public comment.
Of course.
Substantial transparency.
So on page 55, where it says, if the board does not, by affirmative vote of at least 5 trustees, formally resolve to grant the supervisor such authority,
Right.
then any such vote by the supervisor shall be deemed ultra vires,
Yeah.
Latin term, and
Yes.
ineffective.
Right.
So that means if the supervisor voted at Watua, what would happen? If they voted opposite of what the township board directed them?
That means the supervisors vote to admit another community to the Watua system would be void.
Yeah.
Be
And you-
outside the scope
We'd
of
have
their
some
authority.
standing, because Watua will say, hey, that's your internal thing. He came here and voted, or she came here and voted yes.
It's like a, it's
Help
like
me out with
a,
that. I
it's
mean,
like a
what's-
legislature authorizing a delegate to vote on their behalf.
Right, they don't have to.
Well, yeah, they
Delegate.
have to. I mean, you're bound by the vote of the board. You're violating the ordinance if you don't.
It's outside the scope of their authority.
So there would be some teeth to,
Yeah.
at the Watua,
I would say the supervisor's violating the ordinance at that point.
The
You're-
board
you're-
could get an injunction, I think, at
Yeah,
that
I mean,
point.
I would think
Mandamus.
so, yeah.
A mandamus.
Yeah. I mean,
there was something else
It's
in
not
here.
designed
where
to do that,
The wording was somewhat awkward. I wanted to, let me find it here. The Plymouth Board of Trustees authorized supermajority. Oh, here, on page 55, it says, third sentence, and only if the Charter Township of Plymouth Board of Trustees authorizes by a supermajority of 5 trustees of the entire Board of Trustees, parenthesis, not a quorum, approves a resolution to authorize the supervisor to so vote. You may want to clarify that, I mean, clean up that language a little bit.
It's-
Authorize the supervisor to,
The reason
approves
we put,
a resolution to,
Vote as directed.
or something, but it just seems a little awkward to me, but.
It's nice legalese. It's what
Yeah,
what
it's
attorneys get
So
paid.
vote,
legalese.
Why we get the big
so
bucks.
vote is shorthand for
That doesn't offend me because it's legalese.
supervisor voting to approve a resolution providing for services to non-constituent municipalities.
Okay. Are there any other questions from board members?
So we get to vote on this twice?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're not worried about being in a box?
No, I'm not. I would
You're
like to
not.
be in the box because I think this is a $250 million public asset that should not be given away easily.
person.
It should be.
Yeah, but you're not giving it away.
It should
They'd have to
be-
pay, they'd have to pay.
Well, you don't
to-
know, but you don't know that. You don't know that, so.
You don't know what
They-
the agreement was going to be.
You don't know what the
Stranger
agreement's gonna
things
look
have
like.
happened.
So,
In for free,
You
with
don't
no
know.
capital charge?
you never know.
Who knows? You could,
Yeah, but
Okay.
even, okay, if somebody
we're-
voted yes, if we directed you to vote yes, then this doesn't remedy that, because then you still, they
Because
could be,
you're gonna know, you're gonna have the applicant come here and you're gonna ask those questions.
what the deal is.
but the Watua could say you
What's
get
in
in
it
for
for
free,
us?
right?
Well, we're all dealing in hypotheticals right now, but the purpose of having all of this notice and transparency is that the applicant comes here and those are the times when the questions are asked, what are we getting out of this deal? I don't,
Because it's,
that level of transparency does not exist right now.
Chuck, what would have to happen is if the supervisor in Plymouth Township were directed by the board to not, to reject it because the Board of Trustees was not, did not feel that the deal was sufficient, then they would go to Watua and that supervisor would vote no, and the Watua board, it requires a unanimous vote, so it would by definition fail, right? The only thing that
So
could
that's
happen.
the check valve.
That's the check balance. If that supervisor said to the board, I don't care what you say, I'm gonna do it anyway, then you got a different issue on your hands.
Yeah.
But that's a different issue.
So that's an injunction
Yeah.
It
at
could
that
be.
point.
That's an
Yeah.
ordinance violation too.
Yeah,
at that point.
could be a $500 fine. so
$500
watch
fine,
yourself.
be very
I think
careful.
you need
And you
to
didn't
make
be on
more
put
of
on
a
midnights.
fine.
$5 million.
5 million,
There you
okay, any other questions? then
Mr. Supervisor.
Mr. Clerk.
I move that the resolution 2024-01-09-02, providing for the supermajority vote of the Board of Trustees for the entry of new customers into the Watua sewer system be considered read for the first time.
Motion's made by Clerk Vorba. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Monahan. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Supervisor Heisey.
Yes.
Trustee Stewart.
Yes.
Treasurer Dorchevitz.
Yes.
Trustee Monahan.
Yes.
Trustee Buckley.
Yes.
Trustee Kermy.
Yes.
Clerk Borba, yes. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you all very much. Are we in the mood for like a 5-minute break? Get some water, hit the head? Okay, so we're gonna break for 5 minutes. If you're watching on TV, the camera's just probably gonna keep on running, so
Running.
stay tuned. We'll be right back. setting meeting, and I'd like to, it's a hot mic. I'd like to just go through these more or less by category rather than going through them line item by line item. Again,
Can we ask questions
Oh,
about them?
absolutely, no, absolutely, but the thing is that, you know, some of these you've seen before, some of these are just kind of continuations of existing projects and initiatives. And again, I put this together to generate discussion. If you want to add something, I know Jerry's got some things he'd like to add. You know, we can do that, and then we're not making any decisions on anything tonight. We'll just categorize, Bob will send out the chart again, and then we'll categorize things. So I will just kick it off right now with public safety. And again, these are Kurt's opinions, so please don't take this as an order or anything like that. Certainly, we're working on a new possibility of a new fire station. We are looking, I'd like to talk to you later this year about fire transport options and the cost of service.
That means deleting HVA?
Yeah. I mean, we're not getting the level of service that we're used to, so.
Go back to the fire station.
Yeah.
That'll be, you're tentatively thinking of bonding that?
Yeah. Now, we may be able to put some money down to help alleviate the cost, but that's a bond council
What's your
question.
planning estimate with the bond council? Dollars?
It's, I think, Chief?
5 million, 8 million?
5 to 6 million.
I believe Canton's came in like, was it 6.5 for their Warren Road station?
The new one, or that's the one that's currently built?
Yeah, the new one that.
Yeah, but that was pre-COVID. They locked in some pre-COVID.
Oh, they locked in pre-COVID,
What did he
right.
say?
The Canton Fire Station on Warren Avenue is about 6 million.
Six.
That's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
That's a lot bigger than what we're proposing. But we're gonna have a meeting in March. I'm bringing in the architects, and then we'll take a deeper dive into that. I know Chief Nitel had some ideas. I'm just gonna hit on them real quick. Possibly a K-9 program, Citizens Academy.
Someone has signed up to donate the money to purchase the dog?
Chief?
We used to have one.
Yeah, a while ago.
Yeah, we're working,
little
we've had some organizations that have reached out or are interested. The Lions Club is one in particular that is interested in helping with finances for the dog, yes.
What kind of dog do you need?
A dog, we would look for a dog that would help with tracking if we have folks that are missing and/or tracking criminals, as well as a dog that we would use for community outreach in the schools and community events.
So this dog will.
And I missed narcotics tracking as well. So
I was thinking of that.
yeah, I'm sorry.
So it's a little different than the traditional police dog, which doesn't like to. If you're going in the schools, typically the dog, it's a dog that wants to be petted and comfort dog. So we're gonna have to talk about that, right?
Yeah,
Comfort dog is
they're
different.
training the dogs differently, Chuck, nowadays, because I asked the same question, and they're training the dogs now to be very friendly with the public. So, but again, it's tracking, it's narcotics tracking, and then the community outreach is the third piece.
So this is not an attack dog or anything like that?
Not the
It's not the German Shepherd that rips your arm off, no.
It's going to be very friendly handling.
Yeah.
Well, not that friendly.
Labradoodle.
It just has a good nose.
Good nose, exactly, yeah.
We still want to have some scare behind him. One thing that I know that Chief Nitel is working on is truck and weight enforcement. You want to just really quick hit on that, what we're doing there?
Yes, sir. So last year, we implement some initial training for some of our officers. We're looking at the possibility, I've been meeting with Northfield Township. They have a dedicated police officer that's out there every day weighing trucks. We don't currently weigh trucks. That's an option that we're looking at, but we're kind of in the research process of it. We spent a lot of time, because of the complaints on Ridge Road, we spent a lot of time on Ridge Road. And in my report that you'll read here in a few weeks, we've increased our production with violations on trucks. 2022, I think we had 2 violations. I think last year we had close to 28. So
These are non-weight, these are equipment.
outside of weight, these are equipment, yes. Or in one of the trucks was not fit for the road, so we impounded it.
So is there some sort of a mobile weighing device that you take out?
Yeah, there's weights. There's a place in Livonia off 96 where they can weigh trucks. The city of Plymouth has a place, the issue there is
You have to take the truck.
You have to take the trucks there,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the portable ones are no longer, in the 90s, we had a program here.
Yeah.
And we had portable ones.
The portable ones work, but you have to have the inlets into the ground. They used to have them on 275 at the Canton, the Rest Center. They used to have them out there. But there's one in Livonia that we would use that would be close. We've spoke with them, so they're.
Yeah, so that's what chews up the roads is the weight.
Is the weight, yeah. And we're weighing out, just looking at the options as far as the violations and things like that.
Part of the problem in the state of Michigan is that the truck lobby has incredible political power, and so as a result, the law was changed at some point. Don't know when, but whereby any fines collected do not go to the local community. They don't go to
the library.
They go to
That's where they used to go.
They go to your local library.
They still do?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's 30 plus years old.
No, that's the law. So obviously that disincentivizes us for doing truck weights.
So the
and everybody.
court doesn't even get a fee?
I suppose they would get some kind of a cut once a ticket is issued, but we don't get it. We don't generate no revenue on it, and the court would probably lose money at the rate they're going, so.
Well, then before we proceed too far, we need to make sure the court buys in.
Well, we can always issue tickets, but we've got I think this is more of a changing attitudes than anything else.
Yeah, and
there's no money incentive for us to do this, right?
Yeah, and we don't have the staffing to have an officer dedicated to this. This would be an officer that would be a patrol officer who has specialized training. So when we're fully staffed on a day, we would have the officer commit to the truck enforcement, but it wouldn't be every single day.
Yeah, that's how it was done in the 90s.
Yeah.
So then we dropped it. I guess, I don't know, maybe because of all the money went to the library, maybe the court didn't want to deal with it, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But it drifted away.
And that piece we're still looking at. Again, we're evaluating, looking at our partners there at Northville and how they're operating, just to see if it would work for us.
And under the public safety line item here, I know one thing that Chief Conley and I are still looking at is improving signalization at Ann Arbor Road and Haggerty. And now that the I-275 project appears to be done, sort of. Mostly, we'd like to really work with Wayne County or MDOT, either one, on a traffic signalization program, installing different lights that would allow emergency vehicles to get through on a timely basis.
That means
I've personally been hit at that intersection driving our fire trucks.
What about the old-fashioned thing where you have a button or?
There's many different technologies out there. Some are activated by sirens, some are activated by strobe lights on the trucks. There's a lot of things that we could even have dispatch have a button that they would push. There's a ton of different technology out there. You'd have to see what would be the best and what Wayne County would want to do.
Yeah.
MDOT or Wayne County?
Well, it's Ann Arbor Road is MDOT, and Haggerty is Wayne County. So, Chief Conley, when are we gonna be getting our ARPA ambulance?
February 15th, I'm going to lovely Sumner, Iowa to pick it up and bring it back.
The weather out there is very good.
Anyone wants to go to lovely Sumner, Iowa with me?
He's gonna drive it back?
Cornfields.
Really? Versus hauling it?
Yeah, I don't haul, we drive it back. We're gonna go out with the dealer, he'll drive it back, but we're gonna inspect it before it comes off.
The drive out there is 8 hours, but the drive back is 4 hours because he can use all of his lights and everything.
You could pick up a couple Uber riders too while you're at it.
Put him in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Iowa caucus.
He could be there for that.
Yeah, next week.
What else? Badoo. That's about. I mean, everything else is kind of important, but I don't know if we really want to.
Well, on infrastructure.
Yeah, let's move on.
Advanced metering program, smart meters.
I'm all for moving on. So infrastructure, that's the AMI program. That's a multi-year program. Continue the sidewalk gap program. We're doing that.
Hold on with that.
Yeah.
I have 2 cents to add on that. With the construction costs being so high and the quality so low, I think we should stop the gap program and the sidewalk replacement program.
Yeah.
Do a hiatus because it is a high-maintenance thing. It's driving up our engineering costs because they are giving such poor service because they give us low priority.
Okay, so let's talk about both of those. Now, I'm a big fan of the sidewalk gap program.
So am I,
And that-
but I
and
mean-
and that has been a big, we get a lot of positive feedback on that. I would agree that the sidewalk replacement program,
Needs to hold for a month.
I don't think we can make a decision on that tonight, but I think we have to have a discussion soon with our engineers on whether or not we should pause that program. I think there's still, we had just, this was a very bad year of implementation. I mean, we.
Bad years in a row.
Yeah, it's because they have too much business.
Well, no, it's because we're going for low bidders and there's a lot of work out there for these guys.
Right,
and,
too much business.
Yeah, but we also have liability issues that we have to deal with as well. So I hate Chuck, believe me, man, I hate sidewalk replacement programs. It's just nothing but headaches. But it's gotta be done, and now the law in Michigan, our Michigan Supreme Court now has changed the law on us, and we have a much greater enhanced liability.
What is
than
it, a
we did.
half-inch rule or something?
I think they did away with the open and obvious, so,
Yeah.
now it's.
But it just is
we're-
such
we're
a
at-
high-maintenance
We're at
thing.
greater risk. No, I'm
Building,
with
building
you.
in this environment, unless you have to build or do anything construction, you're
Yeah,
getting,
it's just the
you're getting record high prices,
The
you're getting
question
low
comes-
quality and bad timing.
That's absolutely true, but it comes down to the question of places where we have tripping hazards that we have to deal
Or
with.
sidewalk slabs that are shattered. I mean, we can show you
Yeah.
photos of really bad situations.
It's
Anyway,
been-
it's certainly worth more
It's
discussion.
been a problem, and we get the brunt of it in my office, because that's where people want to complain about
Well, they complain about the price or having to pay for it
whatever.
in your office.
Poor quality.
They complained to Sue about the replacement, that they complained to Bob about the cost, so. Okay, we still need to update the Township Hall Pond and Fountain. That has been a financial challenge because we just, we
That's
can't.
another one, because there's nobody that wants to do the work.
Well, or if they do, it's just way too much.
Yeah, because
so.
they have so much other work.
Well, and we're gonna plant some trees in the DDA this year. We've lost a lot of trees on the south side between General Drive and Plastipac on the south side there. Everything else here.
Well, no.
Oh, well, hold on. Rebuild 5 Mile, no, we're well aware of that. New pathway on Wilcox to Hines Drive. This might be a new item for you guys. I'm working with Terry Marecki, our county commissioner, and if there's no promises, especially with the county, but she's trying to find money. We could build a pathway on Wilcox from the Lake Point neighborhood all the way down to Hines Drive, and that would be
Where
about
it goes down into that swale. And
Yeah.
then comes back
yeah.
up.
It's about a $160,000 a year project, and we can split, I mean, we've got the money to split the cost with Wayne County on that one.
Would you use your block grant money for that?
Well, that's a
or-
good question, and so hold that thought, because we will have to talk about block grant, and Sarah is here tonight to talk about that. She can answer some questions on that one too, right?
Sarah's still here.
Sarah, and the clock is running on Sarah's meter there, so. Okay, so keep that in mind, everything else there. The Riverside Drive issue is just been a historical headache for all of us. That is a possible CDBG project, if indeed we are entitled to $500,000 this year with CDBG money.
$500,000?
Yeah, so,
Used to be like 50 to 100.
well, so again, hold that thought, but that might be a suitable project, but we would have to get the county and the city to help us rebuild that stretch of road. That is a very an oddity for sure. Long story short, the street itself is owned by the city of Plymouth and partially by the county, but it services residences on both sides are in the township.
That's
So
bizarre.
it's like a city street running through the township and connecting with the county
Well,
road.
if you improve it, the residents might get unhappy because it'll be a racetrack with the through road
It's a
with
tw-
Elks
It's
project.
It's a 25 mile an hour,
It's bombed out
No,
right
that
now,
goes
so.
there.
There's gonna be
Put a city
potholes or
cop
not,
there,
you
they'll
know,
make a lot of money.
so. Anyway, we'll put some speed humps in there. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna move on to fiscal integrity.
No.
No, you're not. I'm
No,
not. What
No,
am I
you're
doing?
not. You're failing miserably.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
we need to think about a voting center. This is the new law. It's not going away. and you're gonna have to have a facility to do that. We can't continue to go ahead and try to rent places. I know where we're renting right now, they're already in negotiations with another school. And so, probably next year it won't be available. And so we need to prepare for the 26 election season. And we need to have a voting center, and we can have it to where it's a multi-function kind of center, possibly at the park. But again, you have to think about opening and closing when we have the kind of hours we have, could be problematic. So we need to give that some real serious consideration this year and set a plan in place.
Is Homeland Security still rent-free at Port Street?
Oh, no, they're paying us
Initially, they were.
$5,000. No, they've always been paying us rent.
5,000 what, a month?
A year, I think.
A year? Well, that's a bargain.
Well, we get a lot of benefit from them too,
I know,
so.
but Port Street may be the place for the voting center.
If you can find
Yeah,
a
if you can find
facility
it.
with enough parking,
Yeah, see, the parking's a problem.
that's the challenge.
Well, we'll know how many people are actually going to be voting in the voting center after this year. So we'll have some planning numbers.
Well, you'll have some numbers,
So
yeah.
hopefully we'll collect some data.
But back in that industrial area might be an option.
There's a lot of properties that may be for lease or for sale that are cheap.
About accessibility too, to the
You
public.
gotta have
is-
accessibility, and you gotta.
It's accessible.
I'm
Right
just
off
telling you,
bat.
I'm telling you that.
Easily
the
accessible.
state has requirements, and so.
Yeah.
as long
Step
as-
one is we need to decide whether we want to do that, and step two is to figure out where.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, good goal. Anything else, Jerry, did I miss in your world? Okay.
No, I got the quality of life one.
Okay, I'll get to that. So under fiscal integrity, the new thing that I've added here, and again, this is a goal, should we talk about maybe setting a goal to pay off 100% of our pension fund and 75% of OPEB by 2028?
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be a nice legacy to leave.
what's our current number on
36?
pension?
On pension.
68?
Pension was
Yeah.
always planned to be 2028.
60,
But
well, I know Mark
we're on the
Clinton
road.
ran some numbers that.
Yeah, I
you know.
filed it, but I don't.
I think
That was
right,
Mark's pitch.
Yeah,
He said 2028, we'd be done with pension,
yeah, well, we
with
need
our
to.
current plan.
We need to adhere to that, and we've had a lot of market upheaval since then, too. So,
But the
I
market's
think
at
it's
a record
again,
high.
for today. So, I'm just looking to make that a goal, to make sure that we do that, pay off 100% of our pension fund. I think we're at 68% right now.
I think so. I'm gonna
OPEB,
see if I
right
can
now,
find
we're
real
what,
quick.
like 15?
Somewhere there.
I'm gonna
Somewhere,
see if
it's
I can
low.
You want
It's
to
a-
pay that
it's a
off
low
with
number.
inflated dollars? Why be in a hurry to pay off
We've had this
something that
discussion.
has no interest on it?
Yeah, well, it's state law, and we need to comply with the
Well,
state
yeah, we
law.
comply with
need
the
to do
law,
right
we have a
thing.
plan.
We make
but-
promises, healthcare promises to our employees.
Yeah,
need
we
to
can
keep
still pay them.
keep
We
our
pay them
promises
like we are.
to our
What-
employees.
Oh, come on.
Anyway.
It-
And they'll deal with the state, talk to the state, they'll tell you.
I know, we're following the rules.
So,
Why exceed them?
district court revenue loss, that's always an ongoing struggle with those guys. I still think Canton should be its own district court, and I think Plymouth and Northville should be on their own. But that's
What?
just me.
That'll increase costs more.
Well,
No, you downsize it.
No?
No, I think it would be a major change. So, boop, boop, we've got other things there, election administration resources, determine use of the CDBG funds. So that's so Sarah, if I'm not mistaken, why don't you come up now for that discussion? We'll talk about dogs and cats later, but right now, Wayne County administers our CDBG program, and that
Yes.
was a mandate from the county going back about 6 years ago. And so as a result, we get very little money. We get very little CDBG funds to the tune of about 10,000 a year.
Get 20, we've been getting 20,000.
20,000 a
Yep.
year.
We've just been getting it for services.
Right.
So we give it to the seniors for the most part, right?
Yes, yes.
We give it to the Council on Aging.
Seniors and transportation.
And the bus program. Now, what we've been told by the county is that we may be entitled to $500,000 this year.
2025.
Okay, but
think it would be-
we gotta start planning. so.
Yeah, yep.
And you
So,
gotta have a
since we've
plan.
only been using the 20,000, then they kind of gave us they kind of said that we would be after 4 years, I think it was 4 or 5 years, then we
Yeah.
would be able to get the large
The
amount.
larger amount. Well, the larger amount is on it, possibly on its way, but we need to have a project, I hate the word shovel-ready, but we have to have a shovel-ready project. So
I'm
we're-
confused.
So
They're going to give us a lump sum in 2025 of 500,000, or it's a build-up to 500,000 where you sum the years?
No, it's supposed to be the lump sum.
Yeah, it's going to be a lump sum, since we've only been
But you gotta have a
using
project.
the 20,000 for services.
An
You
approved
have to have
project. Approved project.
You have to have a project first.
Correct. Yeah, we have to bid, yep.
Federally approved, we've got to jump through all of the federal wage and hour issues, union issues and all that stuff.
You were going to have, I think
I mean, there's
Spalding
a lot
was
of work that has to be done. So Riverside, the rebuilding of Riverside Drive is a possibility.
And if we're working with other communities, that's a plus, that's a
Yeah,
bonus.
they love to
So
see
they love to see that. yes.
Collaboration.
Yep.
But we could also potentially spend it on
Recreation.
Well, that was
You
one
know,
of my
but-
points when you talk about Riverside Drive. Still down in Hines Drive, you have an inaccessible bridge.
It's not my bridge.
It's the county's.
Yeah.
But we can work with the county to get them to fix that.
I mean, the one on not Breakfast Drive, it's
Next to Gunsolly. There's Gunsolly,
Yeah.
and then there's the other one.
right along the river.
Yeah, right along the river. And there's a big gaping hole in it. Someone's gonna get hurt there, some kid or someone is gonna get hurt.
But that is the county.
It is county, and we're paying, my issue is that we're paying county taxes, and part of that goes back into city property too. All the way back up by the,
By the cemetery.
by the cemetery, yeah. And so the two of us paying a lot of money to Wayne County, and they're not fixing it.
Okay, well,
So anyway,
all right, I mean, duly noted, but we got to start thinking of a project. And again, as Sarah mentioned, collaboration gets us a lot of points.
Yes.
To answer that question, I just looked it up. We're 75.6% pension and 29% OPEB.
That's great.
It's getting better every
That's
year.
good.
We put more money in this last
Yeah,
year because of
the
the so-called
250K. Oh, and then the
Dempsey
Dempsey
clause there, yeah,
clause.
the Dempsey money. So anyway, but Sarah, that's great. We'll get back to you. Quality of life, these are pretty broad here. I still think the wooden play structure, we need to do something with that. It's getting dangerous.
Well, let's fix it.
Well, you want to replace it or do you want to fix it?
I want to fix it.
Okay.
I think how old is it?
1995.
I was gonna say 30 years.
96.
It's old.
It's about 27 years old now.
But it's treated wood, so it's not rotting.
Yeah, but there's a lot
the
of.
kids
it's
love it.
Not ADA, it's.
They prefer
we've-
that one to the fancy plastic one.
Yeah, well, we've had injuries and stuff too.
You
So,
got kids,
I got
what's your
kids.
opinion?
They always want to go the
They
big
want to
one.
go to the
They
other
want to go to
one?
the fancy plastic one?
Yeah.
well, anyway, I mean, if you look.
Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, if you look-
Right? It's colorful.
Yeah, it's colorful,
tall,
but-
and then they're like, eh.
Shiny things.
If you look around at some of our neighboring communities, I know Livonia's just built a nice new one. Westland just did a huge one, and these are all new. They're safe, they're ADA compliant, and
How much do they cost?
$1 billion. Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Remember, that wooden one was built with donations and the labor of the
Everybody,
residents.
Yeah, everybody was doing them back then. So just keep that in mind. I mean, they're certainly not cheap. I'm going to be talking to.
What's her name?
It's getting late. What's its name? St. John's Resort. Wow. I want to talk to them about a donation to do a new welcome sign at M14 in Sheldon. When you get off of M14 to Sheldon, you know, have some kind on that TDM property there. If we could do like a nice welcome to Plymouth Community or Plymouth Northville, you know, I don't care as long as I don't have to pay for it. So that would be nice. We're still talking to people about an easement onto Shearer Cemetery. This would be a private easement that would only be used by us, but we would have to get access off of a private residence.
How often do you have to access Shear Cemetery?
We probably need to access Shearer maybe about 2 or 3 times a year to go in and remove brush and remove trees and growth and stuff.
Well, if the homeowner won't give you an easement then at least get permission.
Well, we're working, it's a new owner, so that's a big change. And we'll, like I said, that's a goal. We want to keep working on
Who's
that.
talking to them?
Me, and also, Harless, no, Wendy Harless. So then, along the lines of Shearer Cemetery, I know a lot of work has been done there in the last couple of years. I understand that the Historic District Commission, would like to see new signage, a bench, and some kind of a monument.
Weren't they gonna do some ground penetrating radar?
They did ground penetrating radar.
They gave us a pitch on that.
A couple of years ago, and they didn't discover anything radically new. There's no
Hoffa.
No Hoffa, no other gravestones or anything like that.
No
So
gold chests?
no money or anything.
Oh,
So another thing,
pirate ship.
One thing I'd really love to do, we've got to do this, is our bicentennial is in 2027, and we have to create a bicentennial commission.
Yes, we do.
It's a really cool concept, and we could do some nice things, affordable, obviously, but I'd like to start putting together that bicentennial commission this year, and I've already talked to the Historic District Commission about that as well, and they're very excited about it. I think we should do some kind of annual veterans event. We did do the 9/11 event, and I thought that was pretty popular. Seems like the city of Plymouth is going to continue to own the Veterans Day event. I wish they still did a parade, but they don't do the parade anymore. I don't think they ever will. But I think we could do a 9/11 ceremony or something along those lines. Pickleball courts at Township Park, hey, I agree. I think it's a great goal. It'd be nice if I had some money to do it.
I would add, maybe considering a gaga ball pit.
Gaga ball
Yeah,
pit,
have you heard of
good
it?
Lord, what's that?
Yeah, the kids love that.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's,
Is
we,
it octagonal?
yeah, we put them,
It's like
we
a
put
little-
some in when my kids were at the charter school. I
Yeah.
forgot all about that. It's just like a pit, and they just kick a ball, and but the
Yeah.
young ones love it.
It's almost like, what do you call that, where you throw a dodgeball
Yeah. Okay.
inside the pit, and then if you get hit, you go out.
Kids do love it. I
And
forgot
and it's
all
so
about
basic,
Gaga,
but
yeah.
It's with kicking or throwing?
I thought it was throw.
Maybe it's throwing.
Anyone know?
There you go.
Yeah, throwing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can't hit kids in the face?
Oh, that's no
Ah,
crime.
come on.
Ah!
Okay, all right, updating animal policy at Township Park, we're gonna talk about that in a few seconds here. I would like to create a new Citizens Advisory Committee in 2025. We did this in 2017. We updated it, I wanna say in 2019. The update was not as popular as the original one, but the one in 2017 really generated a lot of interest and a lot of involvement and a lot of great ideas, which we ended up implementing, so. I would
Generated a
like-
huge tax increase.
I would.
Makes me
that's-
nervous.
That's your opinion, so.
Well, it was 40%.
But, anyway, I'd certainly like to see us start moving towards a Citizens Advisory Committee in 2025. Economic development, again, to develop vacant and unused properties, especially brownfields and gray fields. Now, this is a new word. A gray field would be something like the old Kmart property, where you have basically an unused or abandoned building that's underutilized or not utilized. And so that's what the planners call a gray field, and so.
But it's not contaminated.
Doesn't have to be contaminated, but, the state is modifying the brownfield law considerably now, and so you can do a lot more with older buildings. We saw that with Phoenix Mill. We've seen that in downtown Detroit with the Book Cadillac Building and some others, and the Book Building and all that. So it's just something we always want to keep doing. We're still assuming that NEL hydrogen is coming to town, and then this, yeah, what? Yeah.
I have been working on this project a little bit.
Well, what are you doing?
Which one?
NEL.
Oh, boy.
Well, Governor Whitmer negotiated in Oslo, Norway in May. Cranes announced this in September.
Yeah.
Governor Whitmer trumpeted it. Recently, Mary Barra has said, in 20 years, we're going to be all electrical and we're going to have hydrogen fuel for a heavier fuel plant.
Mm-hmm.
My communications with the governor's office and a former governor, and with Quentin Messer at MEDC, is that this is a huge gift. This is a big game changer. This will cause business spin-offs. I'm sure you're doing everything when they contact you to accommodate their either groundbreaking. I'm scared, I don't want them to go anywhere else. I want Plymouth Township, I want to own this Norwegian hydrogen fuel plant. Because this has Midwest ramifications, at least. So all I'm saying is I will pledge, and I want to put it on record, that if I hear of any major ceremonial, musical, Norwegian welcoming, I will immediately contact you.
Okay.
And this should be done with class, and this should be done with corporate officials from the Norwegian hydrogen fuel plant.
Yeah. There's a ton of different entities involved. I mean, I was in downtown Detroit at the Detroit Regional Chamber office when this was announced.
Right.
And I mean, clearly this is a major initiative for the governor. It's also a major initiative for former Governor Granholm as the DOE director for the United States. And there's a ton of state and federal money that's being pumped into this project. So we just want to make sure that they get any assistance that they need from us, you know. And whenever any developer comes here, it's always our goal to work with them and to provide them the rules of engagement that they need to follow, and to do our best to accommodate them and provide procedural due process.
Well, ironically, the governor, who's the former ambassador to Canada, has been encouraging his lady governors, Whitmer and Secretary Granholm. Blanchard has said this is a.
Yeah,
It could be a sea change if you handle it right.
It's a sea change.
Does anybody have any contact people? Who's their front PR people or whatever?
They're.
I want to get them to come to our Kiwanis Club and give us a pitch of what they're doing.
Well, it's these right now. This is the arrangements are being handled way above our pay grade. So this is happening at the state and federal level.
Right.
And the people that we've talked to right now are consultants and engineers. One guy is out of California. There's another guy I think who's based in Michigan, but they don't represent the company. They are agents of the company who are doing their groundwork for them. So, but John, if there's a groundbreaking, you'll be there. So, okay. I'm going to hit technology real quick.
What does amend parking ordinance mean?
So amend the parking ordinance. This is something that Laura has been talking about for a few years, but we never did anything with it. So the idea would be to allow for, to amend the parking ordinance to reduce the number of parking spots in certain areas to encourage growth and economic development. A great example is always the old Baskin-Robbins site that is now that carpet store. You've got Banks Vacuum there. That parking lot, has always been a challenge because it's designed for vehicle access that it really doesn't need. It's not that high volume of a place. So we'd like to have a little bit more flexibility on that. But that's never, I don't know if Laura's mentioned it at the Planning Commission, but if I'd be happy to entertain if they have something that they'd like us to look at. But we've been keeping those guys pretty busy lately. And then when it comes to technology, we are always moving forward on cybersecurity. It's obviously a constantly changing issue. We've hired Sensei company, which it was created by Governor Rick Snyder. Sensei is a kind of a, what did you describe it, a cybersecurity consultant, and they work with Bob Jenks and they kind of assist him in his efforts. But I think it's good money spent, and I think it takes some of the load off of Bob. Along those lines, I know Bob Jenks has asked us to hire an assistant. Bob is a one-man department, and his assistant is Mike Richardson, who is how old now?
82.
82. So Bob, and, you know, we're dumping a lot of stuff on Bob Jenks and especially now with the election stuff going on.
Yeah.
You know, it's rough. So this is something I want people to think about. Maybe it's a part-time, maybe it's another part-time person.
Yeah.
But it's.
Hard to find.
It's hard, they're hard to find, So, and then as far as the grid goes, I think the grid kind of speaks for itself. Green means either completed or success. Yellow is a work in progress. Pink or, I couldn't get red, but pink is basically that we have not done anything yet. We've not addressed that issue, or we've tried and we have not resolved it yet.
Okay.
So again, our standard procedure on this, we've been doing this now since 2017, or maybe 2018. And the game plan is, please add other things and send them to me. And then what we'll do is Bob and I will put it in a flow chart, and then we'll prioritize them once again. But if you have an idea, if you have a suggestion, just email it to me and we'll add it to the grid.
When do you want it? When?
As soon as possible, but I would like us to vote on the, or adopt, I hate the word, voting is too strong a word here, but to adopt the plan, the goals at our next meeting.
It's receive and file, right?
Yeah, it's just more that we endorse the goals, you know, we don't want to be bound by it. It's not like it's a ordinance or a mandate. I think it's good to have goals. Let me just check my calendar here. So, yeah, we could do it on the 23rd. So we would need your ideas by no later than that Wednesday before so that we can put it in the agenda. Okay, any other comments on that? We've been here for a while, I know, so appreciate your patience. All right. That does it.
We got the park.
Park grills, oh shoot, okay, so let's bring Sarah back. So
Thank
after
you, Sarah.
our.
Thank you
so-
for hanging in there.
Oh, yeah, well, she's been,
She got here early this morning because
she's been
of
here
park
all day.
reservations.
6:45?
6:45. All right, so I'm gonna cut to the chase on the park rules. I've updated the park rules based on our last meeting. So item 5, hours, Bob, if you wanna go down to that. Boop, boop, we've got, it should be in red. So this was my attempt to address the park hours issue. Park hours are dawn through dusk, but in no case before 7 a.m. or after 9 p.m. Everything else remains the same.
So Sarah, how are you going to address that when it gets dark at about 10:15? Dusk is 10:15.
Okay, so yeah, I did a little research, and the longest day of the year, 2023, was June 21st, and dusk was at 9:47. So, and then the shortest day, dusk, is at 5:35, and that was December 21st. Okay, so my recommendation would be to have this, but have it be 9:30 instead of 9 o'clock. I don't think the park needs to be open anytime past 9:30. But
Unless there's a Little League game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
and
how are you
that's,
going to differentiate between, how's the park staff going to differentiate between somebody saying, you know, I'm here for a game, and then, hey, why do they get to stay? That kind of stuff.
well, I mean, if the park is open for a baseball game.
It's open.
The park is open.
Then- Okay, so it's open.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
All
so
right.
it's open.
When we were here last time, we were trying to make a differentiation.
I know, and
That's
I
too
did
difficult.
I did a lot of research on the times, and it's almost like we would have to change our closing time, you know, every 2 months. So it's just not, so I think the dawn to dusk, but not to exceed, was kind of a good.
Doesn't the sun come up way before 7 a.m.?
Yes.
On the flip side, because
So-
I could be out running at the park.
So dawn
at
on
those
the
times.
longest day was at 5:21 a.m.
So dawn, but in no, under
And
no
then on the
circumstances.
shortest day, it's at 7:26. So,
I can't remember, do we lock the gate?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, because you don't have any park staff
Don't have
at
any staff.
5:21.
Going
So
over there
people
to
can
But
still
if you
walk
want to
in.
run on the sidewalk, you can do it.
You
You can walk in.
you can
Yeah,
walk
there's
in,
nothing
right. The
stopping you
gate
from
just
walking
wouldn't
in.
be open.
The
Yeah,
gates are
driving.
closed.
Oh,
The gates are closed.
Vehicle gates are
Yeah.
closed.
It's not like
Yeah,
somebody-
yeah.
Man gates are open.
It's not like somebody's, the question is about staffing.
It's a staffing issue. It's a major staffing issue. I understand that Eric Anderson will supposedly talked to the police about this, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole tonight either, Chief. It looks like you don't either.
Nobody does.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I did meet with Eric Anderson, and we are supporting him on, evenings when he's got issues with staffing. So I think for a safety aspect, it's a good idea for us to go through the park before they lock the gates anyway, to make sure that we don't have anybody there that's.
Who's going to lock the gates?
We have assisted them with locking the gates, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're doing that now?
Correct.
Okay. We should probably talk more about that offline, because some of that is new to me. I wasn't sure what understandings you have reached with park staff.
Yeah, he explained to me the staffing issues they had with the different times that they were going through. My feeling is that we should have a police car go through the park at the end of, they were running into issues where people wouldn't leave, or they were, causing issues and things like that, so.
So you're gonna do a park sweep with a police car?
Correct.
You'll do that only in the summer? Or every day?
No, we'll assist them when they need it.
When they need, or
When it
as
gets
needed?
late, yeah, as needed.
So they have to request a police sweep or no? It's
Yeah,
by request only?
Yeah, our officers every night are going through there and checking
They are.
to make sure, yeah.
Regular patrol.
Regular patrols, yes.
Because we've had issues in the winter too, with people going up there and doing donuts in the parking lot and all that. It's a big parking lot.
Landing strip.
Okay. So, is there a solution tonight on this, or
So
what?
can I ask, can this, in the bigger picture, having a Parks and Rec department alleviate some of these issues? It's like Bob was just saying, his daughter had to lock up by herself in the dark. And he had to go sit out there and make
it's,
sure she was okay.
A formal department is, more administrative overhead, more hiring of staff. I can't hire the staff right now that I need to just do the basic stuff, And then you're talking about hiring a recreation director possibly, that's.
It's been a question that has been begged for a generation in this.
More than that. Couple.
As to whether.
We had one for a little while. We had a park manager.
Oh my, not that guy.
We had,
Jeez, how you.
he ended up like this, and
Don't go there.
Well,
Mitchell.
to give you a little background, when we had many, many more children in Plymouth Township than today, we didn't have a recreation department. So now we have very few children in Plymouth Township compared with historical.
Absolutely.
In the 60s, the 70s, there was far more kids here than now.
Why?
I've always been interested in sharing services with the city, and I know they've been interested as well, because we have certain assets that they don't have and vice versa.
Yeah.
And
They took a left turn on us with the recreation plan and.
Yeah.
What did they do? They're not part of it now?
Yeah, they.
It's not going to be as much,
Joint.
it's not a joint plan.
Oh.
The mayor went in a different direction because he was promoting his
The
millage,
millage?
which failed. So,
Is it coming back on February 27th?
They're talking about
allegedly, yeah, but that's the
Allegedly,
city.
well, the language got to be approved by now. You got to print it
has to
out.
be.
That's the
Provide
city,
the
I'm not.
Pardon?
It's
So
in the city.
It's got to be on there then.
It has to be now.
Yeah, because the printing press already ran.
They want to run it on the February presidential
Oh, I
ballot.
thought it was in November.
No, that's marijuana.
Oh,
If you do things in February, it's higher probability of passing
Yeah.
so.
Allegedly, yeah.
because a lot of people are gone
Provide
for
soccer
vacation.
fields.
That's what
And you're
they're
gonna have
talking
a school millage renewal as well. So,
Recreation director.
so are we, what's the word on hours of operation right now?
Well, let's try what she proposed, 9:30, but we got to be prepared to make adjustments if it doesn't work.
Well, we do have here, hours are subject to change without prior notification, so we can do that. I think we gotta try something different, though. Try to keep
Yeah,
everybody
but
happy.
Eric, he's got to work with us or whatever. Eric isn't the final say, remember.
Well, but he's our
I know,
person
but
out there, and
He's got to work with us.
It's gotta
Because
be.
the public is an important component in the community.
Well, yeah, we can't hire anybody.
Okay,
That'll
let's,
change.
so, let's go down to item 13, animals, dogs, and cats.
Cats.
Cats, I love cats. So I had some fun with this one, and possession of animals other than dogs and cats in township parks is prohibited under township ordinance as amended. Now, we'd have to amend the ordinance, probably. Violators may be subject, that's nothing new. Dogs must be on a leash and under the control of the person walking the dog.
And licensed by the township.
Fine, fine. Dogs and cats, because I'm a cat guy, may also be transported in a carriage that does not allow them to escape. I added that one. Now, why is that in there? Because we have had people who have dog carriers where they put the dog into a stroller.
Yeah.
I have one at home. When I had a small dog, I've used it with my cat. I used to, poor kitty. But cats can be transported in those things. I've also seen bubbles. There's these backpacks that you can get. I don't know if anybody was at the Veterans, I think it was at the Veterans Day event in the city this year. There was a woman who had a backpack, and it was basically a bubble with air vents in it, and her cat was in there. So
Was the cat in there voluntarily?
I don't, that is another story altogether. We love animals here, so we don't want to assume anything, but dogs, and so anyway, there are ways to transport cats as well. And I am sure we are going to get questions about that, so I just threw that in there. But anyway.
So do you think we should have some language about picking up after the dog? I don't think the cats are going to have a problem, but.
Yeah, I totally agree. We got to right now, you don't have to pick up if the dog potties on the sidewalk, even if it's not in the park, there's no teeth to pick that up. So I gave you the.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah, nobody wants to
no
pick
teeth to
anything up
pick
with their
that
teeth,
up.
okay?
Gross. That's disgusting.
I gave you some example ordinances from surrounding communities that they manage the animals in one ordinance, and the park is really just kind of it's not really, it's not the park ordinance that manages the dogs.
So picking up dog waste, though, should that be in an ordinance, or can that just be park policy? I think it's a lot easier to make it a policy. Unless you
Well,
want penalties.
administratively, it would be easier to do by way of policy. However, then the rule or the requirement would be limited to parks. So if somebody's walking their dog in a neighborhood and the dog poops, there's no requirement that they pick it up.
Right.
Yeah.
There should be.
There isn't now, so
agree.
let's fix it.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going to reopen the ordinance, I mean, these are all things we need to look at.
Yeah. Make it township-wide.
And then it would apply to the parks,
Yeah.
all parks.
And sidewalks. And sidewalks.
Driveways.
And that's how other communities are managing it. Livonia, Northfield Township, Canton Township.
Yeah.
Because I think that was one of the concerns some citizen had
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're totally right.
about stepping in.
Kids, yeah.
Kids, and it's just not
Rolling around and
conducive to
Picking
healthy,
up and
clean
eating it.
environment.
But how does it get policed?
Pardon me?
How does it get policed?
That's just
You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
it's hard, I know.
So what about
speaking of
having some
ordinances
kind of
and we have to
a
enforce it,
complaint station?
It's hard.
I know that sounds odd, but I mean, so the kids and I were in, what's the park in Novi, Walled Lake? There's a big park back there, and a pit bull,
Kensington?
not Kensington,
It's
it's
a
where the
city park.
tunnel is,
I don't know.
Right on Walled Lake.
on Walled Lake.
Yeah, that's
There's
where
a
the old
tunnel to the
amusement park
beach.
used to be.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Huge, and you come mountain bike, so we were walking in the back where the mountain bikes were, and someone decided to let the dog off the leash to have fun. Well, they ran after my kids, it was a pit bull, it was absolutely terrifying. But I think it would be prudent to have someplace where we can begin to see like how many people are actually letting their dogs off the leash, just to get some, data and feedback. If there would be a little station, you could put a little piece of paper in, maybe next to the doggy bags, like,
I hope we don't get anybody letting the dog off leash.
but if we're getting 20 a day, I mean, maybe we made a bad decision letting the dogs in. That's just my thought. Same
I've
with
traveled
the-
all over the
same-
country with dogs and seen everywhere in the country, especially in the West, they allow dogs. You see them
The
everywhere.
cats would be filling out the complaints.
Yeah, the cats are, well, they're clean
Cats
animals.
you don't complain about cats, they're kind of,
They clean themselves.
They're aloof.
Yeah.
So Kevin, can you, why don't you've clearly been given some samples. You've been listening to us long enough on what we're looking for. Can you start whipping up some ordinance amendments to the existing ordinance. Now, I want to make it clear too that we do not want, I want to make it clear that there's no other animals in the parks.
Correct.
No horses, no.
No petting, no petting.
No petting zoos, no llamas, no hawks,
llamas.
snakes.
Yeah.
I mean, believe me, we've.
So you're
seen it all.
talking about if somebody has a picnic, has a
Pig.
party and they hire a company to bring petting animals.
No,
right?
that's, I would prohibit that right on the spot.
Isn't it already prohibited?
Yeah.
It is currently, yeah.
Yeah.
Just make sure, yeah.
No petting zoos or anything like that. You know, I know service, we can go down lots of rabbit holes about service animals. I know I've seen pigs and, you know, other animals, exotics. I guess we would just have to take those on a case-by-case basis. And if they're claiming it's a service animal, then ADA applies and we have to look at it differently.
And they have paperwork, correct?
Yeah, they should have some kind of.
Well, they have this new thing
license.
now, emotional support animals.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Kevin, I think we have to put something in there about dog licenses as well. I know my vet wanted cat licenses, but I don't want to start licensing cats. That's just dogs. We're not that rural where we're worried about, you know, cat rabies and stuff.
And we are looking at allowing this in all of our parks?
Yes.
The consensus?
That's what I think. All parks would be the same.
I think once we do it in one, it's
Yeah.
just gonna, we'll never, you can't stop it at that point.
Yeah.
So I would say yes. I know there's been some concern raised that maybe we should just keep it to McClumpha Park right now, but,
I think there's major concern having it, allowing animals at McClumpha Park, but that's
just because
In
animals.
Township Park.
Township Park.
Yeah, because animals will bite and do bad things.
There's just so much activity there. It's,
Is it possible that this could be a temporary, just look and see? And again, we really got to get some feedback, like,
You've got all the benchmarking of the communities around you.
tried-
Everybody's doing it.
Yeah,
So
we-
let's figure out what they find out.
And they can't be in the playscape, the waterscape.
They have playscapes at those places.
No waterscapes.
They can't go into the sprayscape.
Yeah.
I think we're
Absolutely.
overthinking this. I mean,
Well,
it is
no.
so
Well,
common.
you're gonna get those
it is,
dogs
I
in
mean,
there.
I know
kids
it's
get run
everywhere.
after by
The dogs are gonna go into the
I don't know if
sprayscape,
they
and I'm
think
telling you, we've already had state permit violations there, water quality. I think it's absurd, but the state has already dinged us for water quality violations
It's
based on.
fresh water.
Based on the kids, no, because the kids
They're
get,
peeing in the
the
water,
kids
right?
make the water dirty, and then the dirty water goes
Huh?
into the sewer, into the storm drain.
Really?
Yep.
We have to,
wow.
we had to modify our permit.
So there's no way to do like a trial, like one summer?
We did one.
We did try that during COVID. We did it only at the Gulfview Park on the corner of Ann Arbor
Had no complaints.
we had no
Do
complaints.
you
I
have a
don't,
complaint station for the cards?
we didn't.
No,
But I mean, I
they
saw
just-
people out there with
people
dogs.
would
Yeah, how
find
else
if
would
they
you
had a
know?
complaint.
I would be happy to
You
fill
know
one
it when
out
you see
if
it, I
someone
suppose,
comes
too.
running after me.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kevin, why don't we start with an ordinance that we can start noodling around?
Terrifying.
We're all,
What is terrifying?
When somebody lets their dog off a leash
Well,
and
they're
it
not
comes
supposed to do
running at
that,
your, at your toddler.
But, you know, there's always an incident that can happen.
I know there is.
This is so
Yeah.
common throughout this
Incidents
country
can
and in our
happen
region.
anywhere,
I don't understand what the,
like stores or.
Dogs in stores.
because we don't have the
I'm not
money
saying
and
they should be
staff
banned,
to
I'm
clean
just
them up, to clean
yeah.
up after
well,
them
we're
and
not,
monitor all this.
it's not a cleanup
We
thing.
don't have,
What we're hearing about the off-leash is the thing here. We don't want off-leash. I don't know, that, you know, overwhelmingly, the people want this, they put it in writing.
Chuck, are you there often? Like,
Yes.
you go there, so.
I live
so you
walking
could be-
distance to the park.
Yeah, you could be more monitoring too of it.
Yeah, you think they're gonna listen to me? Oh, no, I'm not, I don't think they're gonna listen
Well,
to me.
hopefully you could be objective, like,
Yeah.
oh, great.
Sarah, do you have anything else for us at this point? We're really just focused on the hours of operation and the whole animal issue.
that was, yeah, that was it.
Well, let's get the one thing done then. Let's do the hours of operation tonight.
How many reservations were made today, roughly?
30.
30?
Oh, my.
What's normal?
30. It was pretty normal.
Lined up at 7
And,
a.m.
I got some positive feedback about the session times that we addressed in the
Okay.
last
I
meeting.
mean, going to a
So,
single
Yep.
Single session instead of two?
Single session, yeah, so people were,
They
I
didn't feel
didn't get
confined.
anybody, angry about it or upset about it, so it was,
Okay,
they accepted it, thought it was good, so.
All right, I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna make a motion that the park policy be amended, item number 5, that park hours are dawn through dusk, but in no case before 7 a.m. or after 9:30 p.m. Hours are subject to change without notice, without prior notification. Exceptions will include all league scheduled activities or any events approved in writing by the supervisor or designee. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, bye.
But
What?
do we have to have, because of this is in an ordinance, so we have to
Not an
multiple
ordinance.
readings?
Nope, this is the park policy.
Okay, all right.
Park policy. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. So you can make that change right
Okay,
now, but
okay.
we're still not clear on the animal issue yet.
Okay.
You know? I mean, I think we need more guidance. Yes, sir.
I had planned and hoped to offer a professional compliment to Sarah Beazle. I have had a lot of inquiries, and she has been positive, practical, and efficient. I'm talking about picking up storm windows, replacing recycle bins because the tops have been ripped off their hinge. I get inquiries, I don't know what people are cleaning out in the middle of, this is your season. Compost, Christmas trees, it's an unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for your service. City of Wyandotte contacted me and said, we're completely changing over to GFL. I said, yeah, I was sitting in Sarah Beazle's office one time for half an hour. She had 3 telephones going, making them accountable. Because you're talking to guys who are out there on the road, picking up. So the people of Plymouth Township deeply appreciate you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's go back to public comment. Yes, ma'am. Bob, you want to start your clock again?
Yeah.
Hi, Marilyn Bertera, supporter of the racetrack development. And I just want to quickly respond to some of the comments that the opposition made earlier, and I probably should have done it while more of them were still here. Mr. Bernhardt said that 7 tracks previously in Michigan closed because they went bankrupt. They did close, it wasn't because they went bankrupt. Pinnacle Race Course in New Boston did. It was run by a banker who was good at getting investors, not running a racetrack. They did go bankrupt. The other ones did not. They just closed. April, who listed the names of 40 horses that broke down, those were all thoroughbred horses. Harness horses, which we'll be racing at, hopefully we'll be racing at Northville Downs, are a lot safer. We have a lot safer racing than thoroughbreds do. We have a 0.03% breakdown rate compared to thoroughbreds. The people that talked about attracting young people to the community and quality of life issues, the track development is supposed to include pickleball courts, soccer fields, and walking trails, and it will be an entertainment facility. Robert Richards talked about money for Northville. Brian Turnbull just told me recently in an email that Northville Downs is still the largest taxpayer in Northville. The city did not kick them out of Northville. The Carlos owned a small portion of the land. The rest was owned by investors, and they were the ones that decided to sell because of the property values. Northville didn't choose to leave there, and the city of Northville did not kick them out. The money that's the revenue at the track goes to city, state, Northville Downs, and the horse owners that race horses there. So, which I'm one of, and I don't want people to forget the horse owners that are racing there. Thank you.
Okay. Well, he hasn't started yet.
Got several
why don't we
things here.
reset?
I'm Dwayne Zantup, by the way, I guess everybody knows that. About the sidewalks, the city of Plymouth, when it's risen, they cut it. I know they've talked before about not, when you cut the top surface off, the salt and everything gets down there, exposes it more. Well, I got some stuff, anybody's welcome to come over and look at my garage, because I had that problem right at the doorstep as you pull in, and I picked up some stuff at Home Depot, and it's been there for 4 years, and there's been no deterioration at all. So you might consider letting the people saw cut the sidewalks. That's number.
Grind it?
Grind it down, yeah, saw cut it, and it works. In the city of Plymouth, you look down there, in front of E.G. Nick's and all there, it's all saw cut, and there's actually nothing on it at all. We got a bigger problem with geese poop in the park. I think we ought to ban them out there.
Yeah, that's right, geese.
That is
I think
very
there's a
true.
bigger problem, and that stuff is poisonous, it can kill you.
They carry Giardia.
Yep. As far as the election building.
What?
I'm just wondering, there's a lot of communities that aren't gonna be able to afford this. And I'm just wondering if this election law is gonna change, because I think we ought to hold off on buying another building. And what's the chance of using the fire station, the old fire station? It's something to think about. Do we have speakers in the park? We're gonna ask people to leave, rather than have to chase them out with a police car? I don't know. Let's see what else I got. I guess that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah, that's an idea. We could blow a whistle when it's time to leave.
The residents around there are gonna love
Oh,
that.
yeah, that's right.
Would dogs be a deterrent to the geese?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've done that before.
Geese don't like
Because
dogs.
they got the little dog sticks in
No,
the
that-
ground.
that's a coyote.
Oh, it's a coyote.
That's a coyote look-alike.
It does work.
Facsimile.
Let's let some coyotes
All right.
settle.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm Dale Bernhardt. Just want to clarify a few things. The Pinnacle issue, yes, he was a banker, but he went bankrupt because there was no attendance. The other racetracks went down. They did sell them. Maybe bankrupt was not exact correct word, but they sold because they couldn't make it. Okay, they sold to try to make money because they were losing money. They didn't have attendance. Now let's look at Carlo Brothers again, who owned the racetrack in Lebanon. I don't care how horses died, but obviously they did not take care of their barns and their horses, and they lost 35 in '88, and they lost 43 in 2009. And then they sold because they were under litigation issues because of some of the horse owners didn't get their money back. And then they sold it in 2013, and it then turned into a racino. That's what we're fighting here. This is going to try to turn into the same thing. Thank you very much. You can shake your head, but it's the truth.
Yeah, you're comparing Michigan to another state, so.
And you know what happened?
No, I'm not gonna debate you. You know, you're gonna have your chance to debate me later this year, I'm sure. Okay.
Just like our bill
Okay.
can be changed.
All right.
Mary Pine, my typist forgot to type something for me. I don't do the computer. I just wanted to say, in the vein of this being called an entertainment venue, it's contradicted, and I've had to do reading, by a Senate proposal bill that included a very small percentage of the money generated for the treatment of compulsive gambling. So the health hazard is acknowledged by the racing community because they're the ones who lobby these bills. And not only are they lobbying for the addressing the health hazard, they're presenting it as an entertainment facility and encouraging it. So just my one omission from, and I really appreciate my husband's typing for me. So it's not a healthy entertainment issue. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Hearing none, we're going to move on to board comments. John Stewart.
I always like to end positively. St. John's is open for business and their ballrooms are ready to roll. There's a wine place out there that I don't know anything about, but and I'm remembering the 11 different changes that they made in their PUD and Trustee Kermey questioning them, but I'm so thankful because that is really the landmark across Michigan, St. John's. And there could even be a New Year's Eve ball out there with a symphony orchestra come December 31. Secondly, I want to thank Clerk Borba and the chief for inviting me to the swearing in. It's my humble opinion that they hired a really solid guy this morning as an additional police officer. Freddie Harshbarger from Allen Park served as a cop on the street in Rockwood and in our metro parks. And I want to compliment you on bringing such quality personnel. And finally, on a little lighter note, your positive example of physical fitness and accepting my challenge that physical fitness, mental fitness, and emotional fitness go hand in hand has resulted in a lady in the call center losing 50 pounds in the last 6 months. Stress on that job over there in the call center. And I think that's a very positive thing. And I hope you will continue to encourage officers to go into the second floor facility and do a little exercise during the day. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Buckley.
Yeah, that's really commendable. What did I want to say? Let's see, the Veterans Commission meetings for January and February, unfortunately, we didn't look too far ahead, but land on federal holidays. So we are in the process of figuring out a backup date for those. So I'll put those out and post them. And that's all I have. Happy New Year. Great win for our Michigan team and for our state. Couldn't be more thrilled.
Okay, thanks. Bob?
So we ended the year, because of the market conditions, we ended the year earning $1.7 million in interest, and that was compared to $266,000 the year before, so that was 5 times the volume. About half of that went to water and sewer. About $400,000 went to general fund, and the other $400,000 distributed among other funds. We're collecting taxes and things are moving along. Just to show people what a high-minded, classy, considerate guy I am, I'm going to go ahead and say go blue, because it was that was definitely the best team in America, and that's coming from a Spartan.
Thank you, Bob. Jerry?
Thank you very much. The election process is moving along. As I had mentioned before, we sent out a little over 11,000 applications. We've received about 4,500 of them back, about 40%. To date, we've had to contact a little over 200 people, either because they failed to sign the document or their signature didn't quite match to a good standard. And so we've made those calls to people. Some people we had to do Zoom meetings for because they were out of state, and other people we had to contact by phone, text, or email, and or letters. We had about 100 people who failed to mark which kind of ballot they want. For the primaries, you have to select a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot or a nonpartisan ballot. And on the nonpartisan ballot, you're not fooling me by saying, I'm not going to tell Jerry who I'm going to vote for. There's nobody to vote for on that. It's just the tax issue. So please make sure you mark those, because I know some of the people just selecting that thinking that they're fooling the clerk by not disclosing how they want to vote.
You can't fool the clerk.
You can't fool the clerk. And so And so we made about 100 calls on that. 100 calls on that. The ballots are not in yet. They're running a little late. And so we hope to have them by the end of this week or beginning of next week so we can start mailing them out. Starting 40 days before the election, people can come into the office and receive an absentee ballot over the counter. So that's the deadline for that. And then, of course, 45 days we have to mail out or wire out email the ballots out to the military. It's a federal law. So hopefully we'll get the ballots in time that we can make all that happen. And I certainly am appreciative of my staff that are working very hard, spending a lot of hours getting this process to work appropriately. And again, you'll have 9 days of early voting starting on the 17th of February, and that's through that weekend and through the next weekend. And then if you haven't voted that way or by absentee, then you have to report to your regular precinct location on Election Day.
So the 9 days are not sequential?
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are?
So straight 9 from the 17th to the 25th.
All right.
And so
that's 2 weekends?
2 weekends, yeah. And so
Including Sundays.
Including Sundays.
Wow.
Jerry, I saw tonight, you must have had at least 4 staffers in your office, like at 6 o'clock and even beyond 6.
Yes.
So, I mean, is that the new normal during election season now, or what?
Well, again, when you have rules that have created an opportunity for more people to vote absentee, so our absentee list has more than doubled since the 2018. And so that's just one of the, and that's more labor intensive than someone just showing up at a poll.
Right.
You know, you have to issue an application, you have to receive the application, you have to issue a ballot, you have to receive the ballot, and you keep the record electronically and on paper. And so it's a rather labor intensive process, but we have a good staff here, and we've had some other employees on the upstairs part of the building have volunteered to help, and they've received training, and they're downstairs here after hours and maybe on the weekends coming up that they will be doing it. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that some of the other members of our family have volunteered to help out.
They are being compensated, though.
Yeah, oh, no.
Okay, don't get us
You
involved
said-
in labor laws.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you said volunteers, so I just want to
Well,
clarify. I
volunteered
mean, we
to do it,
appreciate
you know.
your support.
They took voluntary overtime.
They took voluntary
Pretty
overtime,
much.
yeah. And it's just required because of the nature of the way the election process has changed over the past
So
few
how,
years.
I have a question for you. So over on the corner of McClumpha and Ann Arbor Road, we've got signs at
Yes.
the ballot boxes there.
Right.
Are those gonna be permanent? Because they seem like they're there way ahead of the election.
Well, that's to notify people that the ballot box is there. We have to mail out applications 60 days before the election.
Oh, so they can put their.
Yeah.
Applications.
It's a requirement, it's part of the state law requirements now. We have to have multiple drop-off boxes.
Yeah.
So we have 2 boxes in the
We do.
township. We have the one out here, then we have the one at Risen Christ Church because we have to have that there.
Yeah.
We
But
have
then
to have
that's
that.
also gonna be an early voting site
That's
as
gonna be
well.
also
That's
gonna
what
be
was
the early
kind of
voting site.
confusing me. I'm like, wait, are they early voting yet?
No.
Yeah.
No.
And you'll have,
Well,
you'll have
they will.
an additional sign showing up on the 17th of February that says early voting center with arrows pointing that way also.
Okay.
And so that's part of notifying the public where it's at and getting them used to that location.
Got it.
Okay, Audrey.
Oh, okay. I gotta wake up. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for your comments. They're always appreciated, even if it doesn't seem so. My husband and I had the privilege of going on a pilgrimage to Lourdes, France, and Fatima in Portugal. And we brought home quite a bit of holy water, so if anyone wants some, just get a hold of me, and I'll get you a little bottle of it. And that's it.
Mr. Kermy.
I'd like a bottle.
Okay.
I-275 interchange landscape.
Yes.
Is that our design that's been implemented?
No.
Or did we miss the ball?
No, there's no ball missing. They planted a bunch of trees on the northeast quadrant. I don't think they've done anything, I haven't been out there within really since Christmas season, so. But yeah, they planted a bunch of trees. There's still some other scrubby trees that they left in the northwest quadrant, and I'm not sure what their game plan is with that. But we've been, myself and Laura Ha and I have been in touch with MDOT throughout this whole thing, and landscaping is always the last thing to be done, so they know we're out there, and we're happy to help them. I mean, the DDA has a lot of money, and we could plant more trees.
So there's no approved drawing that MDOT has approved?
There's the drawing that they gave us that I have in my
But
possession.
it doesn't, they did it without our input?
Oh, no, they did it with our input, yeah. Laura and I met with them years ago. when
All
this
right,
whole
so
thing
you're
started.
satisfied with the design, is my point.
I'm happy with it, I'm glad I didn't have to pay for it so far.
So DDA didn't have to contribute any money yet?
Not yet.